Welcome everybody to Minnow Cup Tower Control Edition. I am Jem, and this is Devi.
Hey.
And we're going to see Bamboo Dragons versus Ocean 7 to start things off with round one of Swiss here.
Two familiar names. I'm pretty sure when I was looking at the participants, I can recognize almost every name, but trying to recall placements or like where they've finished in the past is a bit difficult, but definitely familiar names, and should be an exciting match if I remember correctly from how these two teams play. And the stages we've got up first for you guys are Humpback, Inkblot, and Muscle Forge. Or are they... Okay. Nope, it's Inkblot. Sorry, because the maps on the screen were wrong. Inkblot, never mind. We're going to Inkblot. Oh, look at that. It's a Hydra. I'm already a fan. Totally not going to be biased or anything.
All right, well, starting things off, we've got the Bamboo Dragons at a relatively low paint comp. They've got a Forge and a Luna there. And the 52 goes down. So it looks like Ocean 7 going to be sweeping through and taking this first engagement here. One neutral in a big way, getting 3 down, and now they've got a Tri-Slosh up on the bats over there before the tower's even through first checkpoint. So they're pushed up really hard right now. See if the Bamboo Dragons can push back in.
There is so much control by Ocean 7 here, and I think the biggest thing, like you said, like there is a big paint difference. With Bamboo Dragons, I think the big thing they're going for is a lot of like chip and poke damage. Like they have a lot of power, they just have to make sure they're focusing in the same direction to get the picks, and then work all together to get their turf control back, because I think this comp's objective. Other than that, they do have to make up for what Ocean 7 can drop down with the buckets, burst, and stuff. The bucket... not a prime painter, but can still paint up relatively well. It's, the K-Shot and 52 can still paint relatively well on their own. Look at this 52, just pushing up right in here, getting 2 picks and just taking 3 down. Holy.
I've been pretty impressed with their play so far. The Booyah that they threw earlier was really smart to force opponents into the rest of their team. And they're doing a great job of sharking here. They're doing a great job of distracting, just taking all of the attention away from the tower and letting it push as far as it can. Bamboo Dragon's able to rally and get a pick on the tower, but they still haven't cleared this 52 out of here, and that could be a problem. Another one goes down to the 52. Finally, they clear him out, but they've also got someone else on the tower now. Push all the way to 14, and it looks like it might stop there.
Flair's trying to see if maybe they can get a trade here. It was a good attempt, but in a 3v1, that is really difficult.
Yeah, Bamboo Dragon's doing a good job of taking positions on every angle of the tower there to prevent any cover from being available.
Mm-hmm.
So time for Bamboo Dragons to make a push of their own here. They've got a Booyah Bomb going into it. They've also got Rain now and they're popping everything all at once right now. Try and broach this first checkpoint, and no picks going down for them. So after all the specials are done, it's just going to be a straight up fight, and that doesn't go in their favor, I don't think.
To go down, they also have the armor and the Booyah to worry about. As the counter here is, yes, they do get pinched up on top, and tower being Booyah'd, just completely countered. I think the specials there before came out a little too early, because it looked like Ocean 7 was still further back from where first checkpoint was, so they had time to kind of hold it before they launched their specials to get it up to the next one.
Got the Blaster aggressing tower here. That'll stall it out a little bit, but not for long with the Hydra watching. Beautiful direct there from November. No Viember? I don't know.
It's enough.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Do you remember? Oh, there's a Tri-Slosh right behind that drop.
Now the 52s are going at it. We see the one whose name I cannot pronounce winning that fight, and now looking to see if they can get the pick on the Luna. Does work with a teammate to get that pick, and this is still relatively well in Ocean 7 control. As I say that, Flare does go down. See a Booyah Bomb coming out. It's looking to be shredded. Does get shredded, but I think they got a pick with it in return.
Tri-Slosh there, trying to make the push into the 1v3. I don't know. I might have liked to see them just back up and give jumps or something like that, because now they're going to stagger a little bit. So this is a good opportunity for Bamboo Dragons here. The rain comes out very early and nowhere near any of the opponents. They actually pincer around the rain there and collapse on the tower instead. So that pushes dead in the water.
What their plan was is like they came out on their left side there to try to add some pressure forward immediately, but they lost that 2v2 fight, which was very unfortunate because if they would have won it, it would have been set up with that rain. Unfortunately, they lost it, and Ocean 7 took the win on that 2v2.
There's a DC.
Oh, there is the Luna DC.
Luna there, which I believe, most DC rules anyway, I haven't checked the ones for this event, but I believe that means that the match still has to play out because they were down to 14 at this point.
And it was definitely over half the match if it was just recently, because I think I heard the poof not that long ago.
And we just saw the Luna get a nice direct right before that, so yeah, this is not looking good for the Bamboo Dragons. Unfortunate there for the DC. I will say this, they definitely struggled to get a push off the ground even before they had the DC. It looked like the special coordination was something to talk about. It looked like they were having a lot of trouble when Ocean 7 would go on offense, clearing the 52 out. So I don't think, that should necessarily take away from the win there too much. Definitely feels like that was earned pretty well. But hopefully the rest of the match can go off without a hitch, without a teammate dropping out and poofing there. Sometimes Splatoon netcode just be what Splatoon netcode do.
Yeah, no, that map was very much in Ocean 7's control. There was a few times where Bamboo Dragons did 2v1 members that were on certain sides, because as we could see, there was one front line from Ocean 7 on the top, there was one front line on the bottom. Eventually Bamboo Dragons would team up and they would go for the one either on top or bottom first, whichever one they were close to, and then keep going from there. It's just when they were trying to push, I think their pushes were, their specials came out a little too early. Like, they definitely had the opportunity to use their, they had a poke comp, like a more damage comp rather than a paint comp. If they just use their range there, it's still threatening because it does a lot of damage, even if a couple hits, just tap them, because then if someone else is there to follow up with another fall off shot from another weapon, usually they'd get splatted. So that would be enough to control from the first checkpoint there. And then I think with that one push they had, the specials could have came out just afterwards, because it looked like Ocean 7 was still far back enough for them to come through the first checkpoint. But Bamboo Dragons did try to push a couple times, and like I said, on the one time, 2 members went out on the left and you saw that rain. But unfortunately, just their plan was stopped, and the 2v2 was lost. But otherwise, they did have an initial setup there, which I did like to see.
Something else to talk about with the pushes there is staggering your specials. A lot of teams will start off by going and using all of their specials all at once to start the push off. And what an experienced team will do to that is they will just back up and not get killed by the specials. And then once you have no more specials, then they push back in and defend. And you're not going to keep them off the tower for very long if you've just used all of your specials at once. So the better plan most of the time is to use maybe 2 specials to get a push started, but save the other 2 so that those can go off in the middle of the push. And you can kind of just cycle from one special to another so that there's always something that is keeping the defending team off the tower. And that's kind of how you're able to prolong a push even when your opponents start to get specials as well. So I feel like we definitely saw that in action on the Bamboo Dragons' push. Ocean 7, like I mentioned, did not go down at all when all of those specials got launched. They just kind of backed up, waited 10, 15 ticks. And then once the specials had gone away, they knew where they were. They knew, that there was no extra firepower. They just moved in and they were able to take the tower back pretty easily. So I think that's something that I would like to see as an adjustment for the Bamboo Dragons if they want to be being a little bit more competitive in game 2 or 3 here.
Another big thing is what is it? There's a lot of frontline pressure that Ocean 7 is throwing in their faces. They were, like I said, there was a few times where they would come out and finally team up and 2v1 one of the front lines. If they can catch that like early with a path that they come in, that'd be great, because there was a lot of times, what is it? I think I saw it twice at least on the Ocean 7's Tri-Slosher. After when Ocean 7's push was finished, the Tri-Slosher would come in immediately from the left. And this is something that is usually a nice thing to do, because the tower has to come back and it goes through the left side. So the Tri immediately went left. They did this twice to try to stall tower and get a pick, and they did it alone. They got picked off the first time, which we did see on camera. They were they got themselves caught in a 3v1, didn't get any picks. And it ended up still being okay for Ocean 7, because the other three still kind of held control and kept the paint up where Bamboo Dragons was falling behind on. But just keep an eye on where they're coming around from the side, because they might just sneakily pick you off, even if they get a trade.
Double Booyah comp coming out from that is Bamboo Dragons. So they're really trying hard to shut down tower pushes early. There's a flank on the right-hand side for Ocean 7. Looking at how that goes down here. They are set up on the enemy wing, and they're pushing everyone back to the left. 3 down, beautifully played from Ocean 7. They get the flank set up. A perfect 0 for 4 wipe for Ocean 7 on that play. The neutral game was played really, really well there. And now they're bomb rushing on the plat here. They've got a 52 with its wall up in their spawn already. They're just taking all the attention away from the tower right now.
Yeah, and 3 are down. Like this frontline pressure is absolutely crazy. Like all their backline has to do is just ride the tower in peace, except for when missiles come and fly on their face. But it looks like there's finally some pressure onto the tower, although I think there was still, I think the one that was last in the base finally went down. I also didn't comment, there's 2 Hydras now.
That was a great play from the Bamboo Dragons there to neutralize the Hydra's position there. It's really annoying if you try and push the tower in a 1v1, because the Hydra just backs up and then hits you from mid, and you're like, well, what did I even accomplish here? But the teammate goes and flanks the Hydra, and that was really what made that play work. The roller just stopping the push dead in its tracks there. And the Tri-Slosher here putting a lot of pressure over this wall, over this pillow. The shots do not come through. Tri-Slosher is able to win that one as well. So right back to control for Ocean 7. See what they can get going here.
Biggest thing there is, I think, Bamboo Dragons, they tried to take their push a little too early there. They had 2 members by the tower. They had their back line and 1 other on the tower, but they had no path control, because the roller and the Tri were immediately there. And they did get 1 pick, but with the roller still there, that's really hard for the Hydra to defend on that low angle.
And I think I follow. Do you want to explain really quickly what you mean by path control?
Oh, like, of course we all see the, like, where the tower goes from the highlighted path, right? Mm-hmm. You need to make sure you have control of those corners, because getting to the first checkpoint, there is that right corner wing elbow there. That you really want to make sure you have paint up, because a lot of front lines will shark there as it goes around the corner. And if you don't have control of that, I guarantee you there's going to be someone who pops up and says, surprise! And you could go 2 down in an instant. And that was really close to the case. But they did manage to get picked back and forth. But the push was immediately just stopped, because the control wasn't there and they didn't have the right side in their control for the tower to actually get to checkpoint safely to initiate a push.
Yeah, I think I like that term a lot, the path control, because I think that illustrates something that FLC talks about a lot, which is, you know, controlling the zone that's important for the objective. Like, you need to have control in front of where the tower has to push if the tower is going to push there. and that becomes the most important spot on the map. And I think one of the things that I really like about tower control, and so one of the reasons that I'm really excited for this this tournament in general, because that's all we got here, is that tower control really makes almost everywhere on the map important at some point in the match, because the objective is moving like that. But because it's moving slowly enough, you can really set up, if you're looking at that tower path and anticipating where it's going to be in the next 10, 20 ticks, and trying to get control of those particular areas. That's something that Booyah Bombs are particularly good at doing, which is why we're seeing a lot of Booyah Bomb comps here. Double Booyah on both sides here.
We also see 2 new weapons. We see a Kunder and a Blob coming out from Bamboo Dragons, and this is going to be Torpedo and Blob Poke. If those two can meet each other, Blob can be really pretty well with controlling the bridge here and in the street if they can get geometry in their favor.
Yeah, this is a really interesting change in the team comp. I'm wondering if this is something that they've planned for this comp, or if they're just saying, okay, well, what we've been trying to do isn't working, let's try something different then. It's definitely a map where a blob blobber is really annoying to deal with because it can take control of bridge so well. So maybe that's part of their goal here. Kunder is also, really great for a poke comp. It's an armor farm weapon, so it'll give them a little bit more of an edge in fights, which is something that they've sorely needed so far. Let's see if they can stop this second checkpoint here. This is pretty crucial. You get through second checkpoint, and it's a lot of points that you're going to be able to get just from that alone. And it looks like someone snuck on the tower. Okay, good stop from Mishino here. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. See if they're going to be able to get this tower pushed all the way back. We have a Shark Ichigo with that K52 getting in there, being annoying, gets a pick and gets out, it looks like, for the time being. They pop a wall, and they're not able to get inside it in time because their feet are painted.
Unfortunate. It was a good idea, but that was unfortunate. But we still see Bamboo Dragons are still really struggling against Ocean 7's front line. This Roller and Try both have the fall off ink combo, and they seem to be working together really well as far as I've seen with their kit combos. That's a nice trade there. Just the chickens just to kind of seal the area, so if they die, the other will as well. Blob getting a little bit carried away there.
That Tri-Slosher just pressing ZR and being rewarded for it.
Yep. There
it is.
Mm-hmm. The Try took a lot of the height advantage fights, and it didn't look like that was respected, because if the Try is any little bit higher than you, which I saw in they were coming forward and they got a double earlier in the match. The Try, you could see if you look at it and kind of pause the frame there, the Try would have been a bit higher up than the other two. I think it was fighting a Blob and another shooter. They did not have the kit to stop the fall off from coming down upon them, so the Try was just easily able to walk in and kind of get a double there. It just respecting the ledges and the height advantage too, especially against that Try. If you want to beat it, you have to make sure you're not underneath, but at level or above it.
Yeah, Tri-Slosh and K52, both really, really strong weapons at abusing superior positioning. They splat very quickly and are really good at taking advantage of those situations. They're not even all that short range, really. The Tri-Slosh, even if it's out of range, can hit you with a burst bomb, but in range, it's about equal to a splatter shot. I think a lot of people underestimate the range that weapon has. And then the K52, of course, the absolute monster that it is in the metagame right now, with not only, a very quick 2-shot with pretty decent range, but also a wall so that if it gets into any trouble, it can stall out until help arrives. So playing that really, really annoying front line to a T there was Ocean 7. That earned them a 3-0 win over the Bamboo Dragons in round 1 of Swiss.
Mm-hmm. They had a lot of frontline pressure that Bamboo Dragons were struggling with, and I think Bamboo Dragons, just the biggest thing is just kind of like staying grouped together and having a little bit more patience there. Like, we did see a couple of members of Bamboo Dragons kind of just kind of going in and not realizing what was actually there in front of them. So just being a little more patient there, staying back. Like we saw their pro, when they were kind of up in the corner, just using their range, defending the tower. That was a really good job by the pro there. And then just making sure like paint is still semi in your favor around there, because the 52 was sharking below them, waiting for them to move. So it was still a good job using the range and all that stuff. It's just using that throughout the match, and then you're able to stop the front line from coming more towards you by using your range to keep them away, kite back.
I don't want to armchair psychologize too much here, but one thing I might look at as the Bamboo Dragons is the regaining control after you've stopped a push. Because it felt like a lot of the time there, they were, on defense, they had some pretty good plays. There were some times where they would say, okay, there's only one guy left, just collapse on him there, we got him, good. But then an important step after that is moving back into mid. I think a lot of teams, when they've been pressured a lot, when a push is going on for a really long time, and they're like, oh man, they got the 14 shoot. A lot of teams will rush their next push, thinking like, okay, this is our chance to get a push in. We gotta go. And I think they'd have a lot more success if they were spending a little bit more time in mid, painting up, getting control, making sure that they know where the flank routes are, checking their map an awful lot, and just making sure that the next fight is as advantageous for them as possible. Because realistically speaking, they're going to need to win, 2 or 3 fights at this point to be able to push into the enemy base. So, there's no rush. You've got to get control first. You've got to get those specials first. Take advantage of the fact that you have numbers to get paint control and to get special advantage, instead of trying to rush in and win 1v1s with the front line. Because if you do try and rush in and win those 1v1s and you don't win them, now you have less control of mid, and the enemy team is able to get back into your base faster. So I think that a little bit more patience after they've played defense successfully can lead into some stronger offense when they do actually kind of get a foothold in the game. That might be something that helps them out a little bit.
Well, with that all said, round 1 has concluded here on stream. I'm not too sure how many matches are still going, but we'll take a short break and we'll be right back to round 2 real quick. Welcome back, everybody, to Minnow Cup Tower Control Edition. We are now going to begin with round 2. We've got what I believe are 2 pickup teams. We have Crouching Tiger, Hidden Ante versus Meow No Cuppers.
I'll pretend that those tags make any sense to my brain. So you said that these are pickups. Do you recognize any of the players?
Yeah, on Meow No Cuppers for sure. We've got Sneck, who I believe is a try. We've got Gem with a J, who I believe is Tent player. Secant. I'm pretty sure I recognize the one with all the numbers too, with the 57747.
There's something to be said for making your tag something that the casters can pronounce. Anyway,
either way, we're just rolling right into here. We're going on Tower Snapper, and we see a K Rapid coming out and the good old missile jet.
I'm still looking at their tag. Is that an area code? It feels like an area code. Maybe someone can Google that and let me know where that is. Anyway,
and
missile's going down, so we'll see if there's a fight that breaks out on the right-hand side here. Blue team might be in trouble there. Oh, but it looks like they're fighting back. Nobody's gone down yet.
I think there's been... Yeah, the bucket goes down. Otherwise, it was just been specials thrown. It's been relatively neutral for now. It looks like we see the tent here. I'm just going to say tent so I don't get you too confused. Going in to see if they can pick the rapid. They do. Nice.
Man, I'm really good at the tent umbrella.
Yeah, when did you learn tent?
Doing a great job of holding down straight there is Gem. And that's really the tent umbrella's job here, just to draw enough aggro that their teammates have an advantageous push on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, doesn't end up working out. We've actually got a Tetra Dualies and a tent umbrella. Usually those two are kind of playing a very similar distracting role. So we'll see how they decide to play that here. Oh, the Tenzap's in a little bit of trouble here. The other team's like, yeah, you are cute, but let's take this nice easy pick here. Oh no, the missiles come out.
Oh, what a time to missile! It almost looked like, okay, I think they're going away. I think
I don't think they knew that the zap was there. I was expecting them to just get pinched there.
That was
right.
That was a nice play by the zap there. It's just like
it was a little cute, you might say.
Can we just keep an eye on how this tent's doing here? The bubbles are going. Tent's just stalling in base here, looking to try to what I call sheep herd them to the side here, and just pushing them into their teammates basically. So they're only giving them one route of escape, and it's going right into their teammates.
Mm-hmm. Oh, getting a little bit too close, and the bomb will go off, but that's enough to get the team through second checkpoint. So mission accomplished, I would say, from the Tent's perspective.
That is definitely a hard place to play it, and I think from how they could play it in that situation, they did the best that they could, and still managed to stall out a little bit. Still a very good lead here by Meow No Cuppers.
So Crouching Tiger, Hidden Ante. Is Ante a player? Is that, I don't know. Anyway, they are pushing back into mid here, trying to make something happen. I like the use of the auto bombs there, just to get some information about player positions. Same with the torpedoes. They've got, you know, those subs that lock onto a player. There's something to be said for the fact that their location can be manipulated. Looks like a big double went off there for the missiles.
Big missile double, yep. Big missile double.
There's something to be said for scouting specials, or subs rather, in that you can get player locations from them in a way that you can't with the lethal bombs. So I like that they're using that utility there.
There was a good pinch on the tent there. Tent was in a really stuck situation. Like the bubble was there, that can splat with the bomb. The shield was out, that can splat with the bomb. Eventually there was a shield to bomb splat there, but there's still a lot of good pressure being held out here by Meow No Cuppers. They have armor as well.
Absolutely. they're doing a really good job of when a player goes down, they're backing up just a little bit and trying to stall the push instead of just abandoning it or instead of going all in. They're being nice and patient so that if you know they stall out for long enough, their teammate can just get back into the play. The tent was actually back into play by the time the tower started going back. So that was really good coordination from them.
I think a big thing that like with having the Tetras in the tent, like this is making it really hard for Crouching Tiger to figure out which way do I look. That's what this comp is doing right now, just throwing them off guard in every direction, but yet like Meowno Cuppers is still following up on this, so when they get one pick from one side, they'll take that advantage and then group back up. However, to go down here, and there's 10 seconds left, it looks like Crouching Tiger does have control of this tower. This is the last hurrah for them. See if
this is the best looking push that they have had all game by far. So if they're going to do it, it's going to be right now. Armor goes out for Meowno Cuppers. Let's see if... Well, that's if.
That was if, yes. I missed if it was what got the tower at the end there. But they did have a really nice setup there going into that overtime. Like I said, not too sure what finally stopped the tower. I missed that little detail, but it was looking really nice for them at the start of that overtime push. For sure.
That was a good start there for the push. Clearly, you know, something broke pretty quickly on defending the tower there. They did have to get through a checkpoint in order to be able to contest the lead that the other team had. So it's not a great situation. You know, you never draw it up wanting to be behind when you go into overtime like that. There's too many specials, too many random, you know, pinchers and surprise attacks that can happen that can just take you off the tower before you even know it's hitting you. So obviously, you know, you want to set up that kind of good situation for a push earlier in the match and try to get more out of it and, you know, maybe sustain a push for longer. But that you know, signs of life there, and maybe they're waking up. Maybe they're going to come back a little bit stronger on this next map here. Going to be Manta Maria for the next one.
Mm-hmm. If similar comp comes out from Meowno Cuppers again, this is going to be a if Meowno Cuppers pulls out the same comp, it's going to be really hard to figure out where this focus is going to be. Oh, this blob is coming out, and okay, there's the tent clash, and whoa.
That's not a lot of paint coming out from Meowno Cuppers. They're really relying heavily on the junior here to paint for the rest of the team. We'll see how that goes for them. This is, I would say, one of the modes in the game where you can get away with a little bit less paint. It's more about positional control in front of the tower, which it's usually a relatively small area. It's probably better controlled by getting picks than by getting paint sometimes. You can get away with it, I would say, but so far doing a pretty good job here. Clash Blaster is a great pick for tower. Low-key, definitely a viable weapon in some situations. It has a pretty decent range. It has the, you know, blaster AoE damage that's great for hitting up over ledges like the tower, or like the ledges the defenders will want to defend the tower from. So it's not a terrible choice. I would say the biggest concern that I have for the team is paint, but so far that hasn't stopped them from pushing to 55.
Yeah, no, they've been working pretty well. Like the with the tent shield coming out and all that, they seem to be, like, as they move up, they're still having the paint control around them, no matter which angles they're coming from, and it's been serving really well. Like, they're taking key points. Nice pick from the Rapid there to get the clash out of the way. Now they're in a pretty good position to keep this tent out of play as well, while hopefully their teammates can handle what's left on their left side there, on that left wing.
Ooh, playing a dangerous game there. Actually does manage to get the trade, so Crouching Tiger going to be able to push for a little bit longer here. The Ray comes out. We'll see if they can stall the Ray out and keep someone on tower long enough to get through this checkpoint here. That Ray bought Green Team a lot of time here.
It did. Nice
for the checkpoint, and they get a pick over the left-hand side. That's huge. That gives them control, potentially elbow in a second. Oh, but the Tower Rider goes down, so they're going to need to devote one of those players to it. They get the lead.
Get the lead.
But might not get much more here. If they get the checkpoint here, that's going to be huge.
It will be. The Clash was in a nice play there. I didn't see if they go down at all, but Clash was in a nice place up above and behind the tower just to try to keep them away. It couldn't keep them off long enough for them to get lead, but it still can be overtaken if Minnow Cuppers can get control here. And like, look at, they've already taken back a lot of map control with the comp that they have. But the Blob is contesting the one side right now. Missiles are coming out. So it's been very back and forth with turf control on this left side right now. Bubble's coming out as well, seeing if the tent can survive. I think there's going to be currently 1v1. It's seen. It looks like the Blaster's just up above here. But it is recognized and I think moved out of the way. Nope, it is still up in this top corner here.
So Gem doing a great job of drawing aggro there so that the team had time to win a neutral fight. Is getting a little hairy in there. There were definitely some opportunities, I think, that Crouching Tiger had to take
1 point
out there. They're going to get that 1 point.
They got
got a
it.
bubble
There
on
we go.
tower. They've got a Clash above, making it really difficult to push into street. So this is a great push for Minnow Cuppers here.
I think the tent did a really good job keeping the Blaster away from tower because that looked like it was the biggest threat for when tower is pushing in that direction. So keeping that Blaster off worked really well, and at the same time still got their special again and was just able to come in and get that last little bit, even with the teammates being down, because they had the protection.
Minnow Cuppers uses armor, doesn't get any picks with the armor, and then the armor comes out for the other team. Let's see if that ends up having an impact here. The 1-for-1, a 2-for-1 now. Ooh. Crouching Tiger able to get the advantage here. There is a splashdown, but that's the only special on the board for Green Team, and they've found the tent sharking. See if they're able to deal with that here. It is a 3v1 situation, but if there's any weapon that can do it, it's a tent. The tent cannot do it. 2-for-2 trade here. So the tent is able to draw enough aggro that the rest of the team is able to get back in there. No checkpoints in between them. Well, okay, there's the checkpoint that they need to get through to take the lead here. But no first checkpoint that they have to deal with, so they're going to be sailing straight into the enemy street once they get on it. Haven't gotten on it, though.
I think there is one by the tower contesting. There's two on this top left. Ooh, that's a hard 2v1 to fight. Now the top left has to test. I don't know if the Blob's in a lot of trouble here, and they're just by tower, just ready to stop it. I think at that one point in time where, what is it? when the tent stalled on the left side there, the biggest thing is the tent did actually do their job there. I think that you said that they didn't get what they wanted there. It's just like, it might not have been what they wanted, but they did, in fact, as you said, they did draw all of the aggro. So it was a 3v1 on the tent, and they had 3 people looking at the tent and no one else looked forward for the tower. Meanwhile, the Tetras was just able to come in and splash down, which really helped them out there. So the tent definitely did the distracting job, taking all of those shots, and just from the advantage that Crouching Tiger once had is no more, because no one else looked forward. They all looked to the side at the tent.
Mm-hmm. I remember a while ago, I forget if it was Soren, the old European player, but I remember a pro player saying that the way that you beat a tent is by not looking at the tent, by focusing on what they're trying to distract you from instead. And if you're able to do that, obviously there's an art to that because the tent is shooting at you. But if you're able to do that, you know, it is relatively slow moving. There's only so much impact that can have on the match. It's very much there to enable its teammates. And there is a Tetradulies on the other team, which is very much enjoying the enabling, it would appear. So that's something that they're going to have to watch out for on Crouching Tiger. They want to draw this to a 2-1 instead of a 3-0 here. Wahoo World is going to be the call. This is a heck of a tower map. I've seen matches stall out without ever getting through first checkpoint here because the neutral game early on is just so brutal for the pushing team. So we'll see how these teams are able to break the stall. I have a feeling that the tent is going to be coming back here.
I don't see it leaving.
It's doing too much work right now. Let's see how they play it.
I think the comp's probably going to be relatively the same unless if they add a little more range to it. See double zap coming out. Okay, no tent, but it is still Umbrella. It is the Sorel Umbrella.
Maybe going for the bomb rush to clear court. That's something I could see.
Versus the double zap try rapid comp.
They're painting out, they're poking into mid relatively slowly here, knowing that, of course, this is a very neutral-heavy map. Hard to gain an advantage because of how difficult it is even to get into mid, and once you're in mid, how to stay in there without getting flushed out by bombs and all sorts of other things. One-for-one trade on the map.
It's a nice follow-up from your cute there. It was trying to go in, just couldn't make it quite on time to save their teammate, but did get follow-up in return.
So just trading 1-for-1 for the most part throughout neutral here. Neither team gaining enough of an advantage to start a push. Seeking on the shark here. Let's see if they can get an opportunity, or alternatively, if their team gets collapsed on before they can do anything about it. Oh, yeah, it looks like they got there just a little bit too late. They do get a pick, so that might start things here, but they get traded back right away.
They had the splashdown too, but I think even if they tried to splash down, it probably would have gotten canceled out with the two people nearby.
Yeah, it's not something you really can rely on at this level.
With how damaged they were, it was just kind of a situation where they knew that was going to be the end for them. That was a nice take on the one that I don't know if it was their purpose to fall forward into the three teammates of Meow No Cuppers, but they were right there and said, we're going to punish this. That was
good
really
shielding there, and the bomb rush here to clear out court. Like we were saying, it's going to give a lot of space to the pushing team here. I cannot believe it's 2 minutes in when we're at 87 to 86. That's just how this map plays out. It's so slow to get any kind of push going, and honestly, you almost think like, okay, this push to 86 matters right now. Almost no other map in the game, any other mode, are you going to say that a push to 86 is a safe lead? But like, they might just hold it. And they're actually increasing it. They're getting the first checkpoint here.
The what is it? Crouching Tiger had the two down there in the initiative, and were able to increase. And now they're still picking off one by one come in. However, the Tetris is able to get a pick here. A cheating
huge first checkpoint is usually so many free points.
Just like zap left. Look at these free points the Zap is getting. They get a second checkpoint. Just everyone went down. Just the Zap, the gray Zap stayed alive and was just able to get that all for free.
Pushed to 25. That's so difficult to undo. 23 now. You're cute here, trying to get some map control back so that their team can move back in. But as soon as they leave to the left-hand side, they get back on the tower, and they're down to 19 already.
This is huge for Crouching Tiger. They're keeping up a lot of pressure. They are two down. I think that might be, yeah, that was actually a delayed wipe because we see the rapid further back there. So Meow No Cupper's finally able to stop this push, and there's only 1 minute and 20 left here, and this is going to be really difficult to get back.
They have some map control going in. They get 2 for 2. That might not be enough, especially with one of them dropping down in front of the tower there. So great defense here from Crouching Tiger. That's really all that they needed to accomplish in that fight. Still,
they did pop
almost no chance to push towards that first checkpoint here. And 2 of Crouching Tiger go down here. Might be an opportunity for Meow Cuppers, but we got to dislodge this Rapid first. They do get some bombs. That was really good focus there from Meow Cuppers. They knew exactly what was holding them up, and they stopped it.
Tetra's trying to make something work there, but it looks like on their final roll, they got stuck on that corner there, which is unfortunate. And now the Brella trying to take lead here in the elbow just to clear it out, and they do manage to succeed to get the 2 down. So it looks like they were gonna do.
There's that Rapid insta pop.
Rapid, yeah. The Rapid just comes in and denies the Brella, but this push is looking relatively okay. But there's one behind the try.
They need to stop these jumpers, and I think they're in position to do that. This might actually be the game right here.
That
They pushed to 25, but it was not enough. Those extra points at the end really, really mattering for Crouching Tiger. They drew all of the defense of Meow Cuppers over to the left-hand side, and the tower wasn't there. They just kept jumping people in, and they were able to get those extra couple of points that they pushed around elbow for. Without that particular play, that's a tie game right there. So very, very close in the end. Both teams managing to break through that brick wall that is first checkpoint and riding it almost all the way, but Crouching Tiger, Hidden Ante putting themselves on the board for that one, which is great. This is Swiss play all 3. So even though they lose the set there, that game win is definitely going to factor in for how they place going into the brackets afterward. So if you're Crouching Tiger, you really like to have that 1 point next to your name there instead of the 0, and I'm sure that they should be pretty happy about that in their voice chat right now.
I'd imagine so. Like, just still getting that game, it can always count in the end. And they finally managed to find their focus. They weren't kind of all spaced out looking in different directions. They all kind of focused one way. There was a huge team fight in the middle there that was massive. I can't even recall what all happened, but like I said, all I remember and seeing was the Gray Zap being the only one left alive, so they were able to take all those points for free, and then that is when the consistent jumps were able to come in, and that winning push came into play from Crouching Tiger. So that was a huge team fight.
That's one that you'll definitely want to, slow down, break down, figure out how did it go well, how did it go poorly, what could we do better? Because those big fights, they do win games, as we just saw.
They definitely do. And with round 2 ending, I do have to take off a little early here. Jem, you will still be here for round 3. I'm going to be replaced with Reef. I've got another tournament to go be on mic for.
Devi's popular.
I don't know about that. I'll be heading over to High Ink because that is happening today as well. But yeah, lots of action here in Minnow Cup, so definitely support them both. Great organizations. So
absolutely. Well, thank you, Devi, and looks like we will be going to a short break while we wait for our round 3 here. See you soon. And we're back, everybody. Welcome back to Tower Control Edition of Minnow Cup. We're going to be seeing MSU Splatoon versus Tidal Abyss. And now I am joined here by Reef. Welcome, Reef.
Hey guys, I'm Reef. I'll be sitting in for Debbie for this round, but yeah, for this round we'll be seeing MSU Splatoon versus Tidal Abyss. Is there anything that you know about these players or teams in general that you think they may pull out here?
I do not have specific knowledge of the players, unfortunately, here. I know, I recognize a couple of names from like solo queue, but I couldn't say. Guess we'll see here. Look, was that a backless comp here? Wow, that's a super short range comp coming out from Tidal Abyss. I'm really excited to see how that plays. Meanwhile, we've got a Hydra coming out on the side of MSU here.
Yeah, right now I'm pretty sure on the side of Tidal Abyss, like the longest range they have is the Zap, so that's going to be interesting to see comparing to the longest range on MSU being Hydra, so that'll be cool. But speaking of which, there's already one down on the side of MSU, and right now Tidal Abyss is getting that opening push that every team wants. Looks like that they are just about to finish the first checkpoint, 2 down, and they do finish at the first checkpoint.
Yeah, and that's going to be the end of the push for sure. 3 down on the side of Tidal Abyss, so they get their checkpoint. They've made some progress, but it's definitely not a game-winning push by any means. Let's see how the push goes for MSU here. Something I think is going to be really, really important for Tidal Abyss is going to be knowing the location of that Hydra at all times. They need to not take a bad angle. And they do have a lot of cover that they can work with here. This is a map with a very elevated midsection, but they're going to need to be so careful that they're not just randomly hemorrhaging picks to the Hydra if they take a position that nobody's able to scout out. Just like that, you see 2 go down to the Hydra, and that's exactly what they're worried about here. If you don't know where that is, or you can't put any kind of pressure on it to get rid of its charge, it's just open season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with Hydra, it's definitely a very, risky weapon to go against. But there is 2 down on the Tidal Abyss once again, so MSU is getting ready for another push. They pop armor, waiting for a second one, or I believe they're going to chain it soon. They pop section right now. They're really keeping Tidal Abyss from trying to push back in. Toasty over here trying to go back into the other team's drop and just trying to support their teammates.
Yeah, it looks like they don't have too much pressure out in front of the tower right now, so the push is probably going to go down there, but checkpoint earned for MSU Splatoon. A full wipe and a little bit of a staggered one too. The bucket going down right there at the end. Let's see if Tidal Abyss can, take their hard aggression comp and force it into drop or somewhere where they can keep MSU out.
Yeah, right now, MSU really has to stay in aggression for a lot of the time, because if not, they will be getting heavily pressured by the other team. But speaking of which, it looks like, I believe that was the Splash decided to drop in, take the tower, which delayed it by a few seconds, but now Tidal Abyss has the lead now with 2 down.
This is a good situation for Tidal Abyss. They've got good positions. They're all over the place. The map is very blue, so they got to watch out for Sharkers. There's not an awful lot the Hydra can do without team support here, so they're going to have to wait as this 3rd checkpoint is starting to be contested. 2 coming out from the rail on the left-hand side. Let's see if they can win this fight. This is huge. Tidal Abyss taking 1 out, 1-for-1 trade. They're still on the tower. They get through the checkpoint. This is so dangerous. This might just be the end of the game. If Callan can stay on there, they can. Tidal Abyss taking game 1 over MSU Splatoon.
That was a really big push that they got in at the end there, and like how we were saying before, you do not want Tidal Abyss to be in that kind of position, because if they are, they will be putting a whole lot of pressure onto your team. And on a map like a Piranha Pit, where it's really easy to get pressured and locked out, it's not that well to go against. So yeah, Tidal Abyss takes the first game against MSU.
Tidal Abyss doing a good job at the end there, playing the angles. You see, a Hydra in a lot of situations. I used to play with a Hydra for a pretty long time. That's Debbie. You see a lot of situations where a Hydra's frontline will go down, and then it doesn't have an awful lot of options because it's the only thing everyone has to worry about, you know? If it's able to shut down an angle and then its team is able to go in and take the other side and pincer, it's really dangerous. But you put it in a situation where it just can't shoot you because you're over a ledge or something, and now you've kind of neutralized that heavy firepower that it has. Hydra's very dependent on the rest of the team being able to follow up with it, being able to be in range where it can help them. And so you isolate the Hydra out like that, and all of a sudden you've almost put yourself in a 4v3 at that point. So good job by Tidal Abyss playing those angles where the Hydra can't shoot at very easily, and making sure to just take the fights against the Hydra's teammates and make them a non-factor in the game.
Yeah, the Hydra is a big point, and if with anyone's comp, if there's a backline, especially like a hard backline, like if there's a Hydra, like how we saw in that game, or there's a 4K, or something like that, where they can reach very long, and depending on the player, if they can like make some very important picks, then that has to be a very good vocal point to be like, we need to take that person out first or second or something. Like that has to be like very high on your checklist, because if not, they can easily just like take off, especially on tower control, like a weapon like 4K. You can easily just end the push right there. But yeah, we are moving on to Makabar right now. We do see a Hydra and a Blob and a Clash, so not weapons that you usually see, but this will be interesting to see how they play out.
We've been seeing a lot of Clash Blaster today, and I think this is the mode where it makes the most sense to run one. As long as you've got enough paint to back it up, it's really good at getting someone off the tower. It's really annoying to try and push against as a frontline weapon because it does have deceptively long range. So it can be very obnoxious to deal with when it gets in a position that's good for defending the tower from. No picks going down, and it looks like Tidal Abyss is trying to push the tower already. This might be a mistake. They've got 2 down already. One of them might be cornered, and okay, they don't collapse on them quite as well as they might have. And actually, a pick comes back. So I think MSU might have had a little bit more of an opportunity there to capitalize than they took advantage of. But the early tower push, usually not the call, because it isolates one of your teammates. It makes them visible. So looks like we're just going to be in a protracted neutral a little bit while this shakes out.
Yeah, for sure. Right now we see 3 down on both sides, or sorry, 1 down on both sides. Right now it's really just a battlefield for mid. Slosher coming back up right now. Hydra's taking over the side of the left side of Stack, and really it seems that Tidal Abyss is taking back mid with 2 down on the side of MSU.
Yep. They're able to get 2 down. The missiles come out, so they're able to isolate another one and get another pick that's going to stagger them further. I like that use of missiles there. They got a flank coming around the right-hand side. It's going to aggress the Hydra, and the Hydra's down as well. It's an important defensive position taken out. And the Slosher's distracted. The Slosher would be a great weapon to be aggressing the tower right now, but they're focused on this fight over here, and so the tower just pushes all the way to the checkpoint. Not paying attention to the Slosher there, so the Slosher does get a pick. That might stall it out. 2 down for Tidal Abyss.
Sand right now over using their missiles to put pressure on the people that are over on the right side near the tower. Looks like right now they're just ignoring the tower for now and just getting mid control, which is really something that you always have to have whenever you're pushing up. Because if not, and you have to fall back, then it's gonna be pretty easy for the other team to take back who's in position. But everyone's out on the field right now. It looks like it's just battle for who can take over mid. 2 down on the side of MSU when I say that, so it looks like Tidal Abyss will soon have to start aggressing into the tower.
MSU with this double armor comp here, just kind of taking some time to farm up for that armor and see if they can win the fight here, but they're getting staggered as they rush back in. The armor's coming out, they're going in without map control, and it's not going super well for them against this heavy frontline-oriented comp that Tidal Abyss has been running. Tidal Abyss is going to put more numbers forward if you get into a scrappy fight. You kind of have to anticipate that and take your engagements a little bit more strategically than tactically. Bomb
Yeah,
rush
for
is
sure.
going to be huge here, but the tower gets reversed on them, so it's actually moving away from them. That's a good stall there, even though MSU loses the fight. Going to buy them some time to get back in. Ooh, Hydra peeking out a little too quickly there. Definitely didn't have the support and just got soloed out.
Toasty right now over on their bunker, over on their side of the bunker, just trying to get paint down and getting their armor ready, and they do. I believe that the junior counter armor there, so it was a good armor, but the team countered it with their own armor. The zap, I believe, just got taken out by a suction by Alex, and Alex is over here on the right side, just trying to put pressure on the tower and using missiles to get people away from the tower, because Miss is really good at doing that on putting pressure and making them all spread out.
Sandy doing a good job here of taking off angles and hitting the tower there. We see another pick from them. They have been the saving grace in a number of these really strong pushes against Tidal Abyss here. They've come in from an angle that the Tower Rider was not expecting. They took out the Bomb Rusher. They were able to take out the tower. They're able to reset the tower. Lots of good defensive plays coming out from them. They're having a lot of trouble, though, as a team getting offense going at this point. They're not really getting mid-control super consistently. When they do have picks, they're pushed back or they're scattered or they don't have specials. And so far, they've only barely been able to stand on the tower. It's at 98. Trying to get something going here in the last 20 seconds, and this is where teams tend to rally. They do tend to see that clock ticking down and suddenly start to act, towards the objective more than a lot of the time you see them doing earlier on in the match when they have more time. And sometimes that can result in much more coordinated pushes and much stronger pushes, but the other team is so ready for this. So many bombs on all angles of the tower. No way that anyone from MSU even approaches that. Even if they don't get killed because they have armor, they get pushed away by the bombs. So yeah, very, very tough situation for MSU to be walking into at the end there. And good job on Tidal Abyss for keeping the pressure up, keeping paint control. And you can see reflected in the picks that that map control is paying off.
Yeah, for sure. Tidal Abyss was doing great at the end, making sure that they get specials, they get bombs ready, whatever they have to do to make sure to keep MSU off the tower. Because at that point, it's all a battlefield for who can get on tower and who can even get control of mid. And at that point in time, Tidal Abyss was like right at the end, got control of mid and got on tower and made sure that MSU had no room to breathe to try and even get a few points on the board. But yeah, we are moving on to game 3 now. On Anchovy, obviously tower control. That's the mode for this month. It's important for Tidal Abyss to not let their guard down, because this is Swiss, this is play all 3. And it's good for MSU to not be like, okay, that's it, who cares? Because later on, this could really affect your placement on, like, later in the early stages of Swiss, or just any stage of Swiss. It's really important that you don't keep your card down in case you can go 1-2, or in, for Tidal Abyss, they can go 2-1, and you want to go 3-0 for placement reasons. So
I'm really curious to see how they approach Anchovy here. This is a map with some significant high ground right next to the tower path for almost the entire way forward. And so you really need some kind of specials or weapons that are capable of dealing with an opponent that is on a ledge above you. So this is where, that slosher might be able to get some picks over the top. We might see things like ink jets. We might just see people missile spamming that top left area as you're trying to push. It's really a matter of, can you clear out that defensive stronghold and keep the tower on its path? So this might, lead to a change in some team comps. It might lead to some new strategies we haven't seen before. I'm curious to see how these teams approach it.
I think that MSU will probably go something that has like a ray or something, because of the fact that it's a really good ray map if you position it right, and they will be sticking to Sea Hydra, but it seems though Tidal Abyss will be going Flingza, so pick that I'm seeing a bit more often. But yeah, it would be interesting to see how both teams do with these.
Meanwhile, a heavy midline comp coming out from Tidal Abyss. This is, again, like I was saying, you could see some unique play styles here, and they ran their all frontline comp where the longest ranged weapon was an N-Zap. Now they're running a Flingza and a 52 and a K-Pro. Not, any anchors there, but this gives them significantly more range for one-on-one fights, and it's a really, really powerful comp right now in in the North American meta. We've got some missiles going off from Sandy here again on a great flank route that nobody saw coming. Force a jump. Nobody's up there with Sandy, though. I would really like to see some more support for Sandy in fights. Like, if they can get maybe the Neo Splash up there fighting with them, I think that would be huge for them, because Sandy has definitely been taking some confusing angles, some knowing where the opponents don't expect them to be and being there. And if you have someone knocking on the front door while that's happening, that only empowers them. Looks like a 2-for-1 there. MSU going 2 down. So Tidal Abyss going to be taking some advanced positions, but they are getting aggressed right now by Sandy. So that'll hold them back from getting on tower or anything.
Whitefish right now. Whitefish right now retreating back, going back on tower to get some points on the board. Nick going for that flank with the splash. It looks like the KL is actually pretty even fight right now. They're both damaged pretty well. It looks like Nick will get pinched by the Flingza and the KL. KL uses their bomb to try and put pressure on the people that were putting pressure on the tower, but it looks like that's sadly they were not able to get that bomb in time.
This is a really strong defensive formation from MSU on the plat here. Might be hard for them to break. Great fall off shots from Nick there. Oh, but the flank comes in from the fan. Does Nick have this? No. So great flank there from Tidal Abyss. Moving like water. One side of the formation gets pushed. They attack from the other side. Great pincer move there. Booyah to the top.
Yeah, that was a really good booyah to try and get rid of that Hydra, because that Hydra right now is going to be really annoying for them to take everyone out, because it has good range. It's good at taking out multiple people at once. So it's really important to try and get that Hydra out of that area, or even take out the Hydra.
Yeah, and also important because they have 2 Booyah Bombs, and Hydra is one of the best Booyah Bomb shredding weapons. Just so much DPS out of that, and you can see stopped the second Booyah from coming down and taking the Hydra out of position. So with a double Booyah comp, that is something they have to worry about. They have to put some kind of pressure on that Hydra, and the Booyah Bomb might not be the way to do it.
It looks like right now it's a 3v3. It looks like MSU is finally trying to get some points on Tidal Abyss. It looks like they use missiles right on the tower, moving a chef off the tower. It looks like Kalon is right now just trying to pressure people with their long range with the Flingza. And it looks like MSU is really going all out with all of their specials.
Yeah, that was a strong look for MSU there, but they might not have the manpower at this point to be able to push far enough. They're losing the tower here. They might be able to stall out. If Nick doesn't get pushed off the plat here, he actually gets a pick. That's huge. They have control of plat now. They have specials. They could push this to lead.
Nick using their suction launcher and throwing it over where all of the teammates are. That's a really good way to get everyone scattered away from the tower. It looks like Kalon's trying to go for the flank right now, taking out 1 or 2 people. Nick on the tower trying to get lead. There's 1 point, and sadly he was not able to.
Nick doing such a great job of being a frontline rat in their base, being so difficult to root out, but not able to stand on the tower. I wanted them to almost suicide for the lead there. I feel like that would have been critical for them to do. Unfortunately, only able to get to 46, not able to get the lead. As we know, if you tie, it actually kicks you back a point and gives it to the team that got that score first.
It looks like Sandy right now was able to get a pick or two from the other side, which is initiating another push. But it looks like they're letting the tower go first. Josie going right fan to try and put pressure on their plat. Right now, they really need to get up onto their plat to get some more picks, because they need their picks to try and accelerate it. Looks like they're going to use bomb and throw it at the tower or something to try and get people off the tower and get on tower while they can. And They do, making a Title Biz go 3-0 against MSU in the set.
And there's that power of the double booyah there. At the end of the game, if you have the lead, all you have to do is charge special. You don't need to go in. You don't even need to really have positional control. You just put a booyah on the tower and run one person up to the tower through the booyah where they can't be seen. There's really not a lot that the other team can even do about that. It just clears the tower for long enough that you're always going to be able to get someone up there. And having two of them, well, that's GG twice. 4G. We've got cell reception here. I don't know.
GG squared.
There you go. So well played from Tidal Abyss. Fantastic, set of really synergistic comps. They're building so that they can always fight together no matter who they're paired with, which is really cool and fun to see. And good games to MSU. Very, very close, especially on that last game there. Definitely no slouches. They knew what they were doing. But Tidal Abyss going to get all of those points under their name, and they're going to be sitting pretty going into the next Swiss round, knowing that they've improved their score significantly through that match.
For sure. Going 3-0 is definitely always something good, and to have, it's really good. It can help you on later, but MSU definitely put on a good fight, especially in that last game. That was a really good That was well-done performance from both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely some standout individual performances from Nick, getting all of those picks on the plat to enable the team to get that close. Great play from Sandy, like we were saying, getting those nice off angles. And of course, holding it down on the Hydra. So much good defense coming out from them there, taking full advantage of all of that height, canceling booyahs, things like that. So definitely a fun one to watch there. But sure. That will do it for Swiss round number 3 here for us. And that means that we are going to be rotating off. So appreciate having you here, Reef. And thank you for all of the folks at Deep Sea Solutions for putting this event on. It's a huge asset, I would say, to the Splatoon scene. Really appreciates everything that they're doing for these teams. It's a great showcase of everything that we can be. I mean, just look at this beautiful underwater. Hey, Reef, look, it's you. You're on screen.
Yeah, oh my god, I'm on screen, guys. Guys, look, it's me. I'm there. Yeah, that will be it from us. We will be switching off to some other commentators for Swiss round 4. Yeah, it was great commentating with you, Jim, and yeah, we'll see you guys soon.
See y'all next time.
Hello, lovelies, and welcome back to Minnow Cup, Tower Control Edition. I am Seekit, joined by Nox Raven 42.
Hi. This match we have Squid Killers versus Otakos, and it is going. In the first game is going to be on Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control. So, Nox, you a fan of Tower Control on this map? Yes, no? Why not? Why not?
It's not my personal favorite map for it, but that's really because I find Junior really, really rough on it. I think that you're kind of stuck playing Zap because of the defensive positions on this map.
Absolutely. It's a pretty vertical map. You got the spinner, and then, like, from spawn going into the place where the sponge is just a lot of verticality. Chargers can have a field day here.
Yeah, it's a great map for E-Leader for sure.
And we're getting right into it. So, let's see. We have Deep Sea Solution versus Otakos right here.
Oh, wow. And that Hydra's going to get a lot of space to move as long as they're not... Well, there's double missile. I take that back. They're going to get double missile constantly.
Yeah, absolutely, and if that jet positions well, it might cause a problem for the Hydra as well.
Absolutely. Double armor out of Otakos, which is great for tower control.
Absolutely, but you gotta be careful not to get knocked off tower into a compromising position here.
Very true. At least in this map, if you get knocked off tower, you don't get immediately killed by water. The jet is down on the side of Squid Killers, and it looks like they're still holding up in mid pretty well, but that's another trade.
Doesn't get even 2 down on Otakos, but also 2 down on Squid Killers. Looks pretty even right now. No team can really get a footing so far, 40 seconds into the match. We see some jumps going back in. It's just any team vying for control right now. Looks like Otakos has us starting to push that tower, but they gotta watch out for this machine playing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this machine is just doing what they can to try and apply some pressure from mid while their teammates come in from other directions. And they're managing to get some great picks, and their teammates have gotten one down too.
Bombs gets the machine, but still 3 down on Otakos. Looks like Squid Killer can counter push now. Actually, no. That was a great bomb from the Vapro.
Absolutely. And a nice trade there from them too.
Absolutely. And the missiles come out from Squid Killers. Probably gonna see.
Missiles are such a pain on this map because you end up in that court so often, and it's just such a condensed space that it's hard to get out of when those missiles come in.
Absolutely.
And the splash down actually goes off.
Getting someone. Let's go. And that's a full life on Otakos.
And this is gonna allow Squid Killers to gain so much space and take up so much more map control.
Absolutely. You can see
getting yet another missile.
Already pushing up so far ahead of tower, just trying to paint a way for...
And the jet's moving up so far with that K-shot there, while the Zap's just bomb spamming from tower, which is a really effective method.
Absolutely, and that's
game.
First game. Absolutely amazing performance by Squid Killers right there.
Absolutely. They used that flank from the machine was really, really nice, and their use of specials was fantastic. They were really good about using the missiles in combo with other specials and using them at times when the enemy was pretty grouped up together, which allowed them to like really control more space and force people into better positions for them to move in.
Absolutely. 7 missiles, just one after another, can really keep momentum going. And
absolutely. It was interesting to... Absolutely. It was interesting to see the Jet Squelcher move up with the K-Shot rather than ride tower and have the Zap ride instead. That's not what I'd expect to see, but it worked for him.
No, yeah, it absolutely did. Maybe the Jet Squelcher was trying to poke a bit further than Otakos was expecting, and it looks like it paid off.
Yeah. Yeah. Toxic Mist also does limit the amount of bomb spam you can do towards the tower, which does make defense on tower harder.
Absolutely. Just gotta keep throwing bombs over the ledges if you don't have a line of sight and hope for the best. So if you limit that option, what are you gonna do? You're either gonna have to rush tower or give them more point.
Next up, we've got the Reef, which is a really interesting map because when you're pushing, you really need to make sure that you get over in that left alley by the car and hold bridge. You can't just have one spot or the other, and then you pretty quickly also need to get somebody in their street.
Absolutely. What's interesting about the Reef is during pushes, depending on the mode, the way to get from alley to car is sometimes not there for the attacking
Yeah, it's
team,
not
which
there
I
for
don't
tower
think-
control, but you still need somebody there to watch it.
Absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see if how and when someone holds that hallway without being able to push all the way up to car.
Absolutely. And we're seeing the exact same comp out of Squid Killers, and we're seeing a heavy remix out on the side of Otakos, along with a Forge Pro, which you don't see all that often anymore.
And ever since Squeezer has taken the throne as the long-range bubble weapon, I don't see Forges that often.
I do like seeing a Double Bomb Junior come out. They're not all that common anymore. Just Double Bomb the whole time, I would assume, which is neat.
Absolutely. We know you love your Double Bomb Junior. Oh, excuse me. But it looks like there's one down on Tacos right now. And still even. One down on each team.
Yeah, we've actually already seen 2 missiles on the side of Squid Killers, which for this early in the match is wild.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice
Still
movement.
even.
Yeah. Really nice. The Heavy's doing a really nice job making sure to give supporting fire to everybody on their team, but they are down right now, and the Forge can't quite get that instant pop off, which does take them out.
No, absolutely. So it looks like Tacos has some armor prepared for a potential push right now with missiles
coming out too. And their
counter missiles. So much going on right now, but not a lot going around the objective. They gotta make a way. One team does.
I'm sure Otakos are really, really wanting to get their Heavy onto bridge, but they just can't do it.
Double
with
from
that
the machine.
Yeah.
And Squid Killer is leading for a
And
potential
an armor
push.
out from them too, which will allow them to really just take out that Junior and probably this Pro here too.
Absolutely.
And there goes the Pro.
Looks like Squid Killer has some room to breathe right now. Pushing that tower to the first checkpoint.
And they do have somebody going over on left. It's the Keishin, which makes a lot of sense for watching that spot.
Yes,
And there
absolutely.
goes the Heavy down again. Zap going in.
Missile pop.
Up.
It looks like they got him off, but
Yeah.
not exactly enough
But at
to
a
stop
cost.
the momentum.
Nice pick from the Forge there, really allowing them to try and get back in here. And down goes another. And that was a lot, and thanks to the Pro managing to reclaim that alley.
Absolutely. Still looks like Squid Killer has a lot of turf to work with, but looks
They
like
do.
Tacos is pushing back in fairly well right now. Map might be purple in a matter of 30 seconds if Squid Killer doesn't play it
Especially with
right.
those bubbles and armor coming out.
Yeah. And it looks like the Pro gets the kill. Okay. Nice.
And they're trying to push in through street here. The Heavy goes down on bridge, which is unfortunate. And it was... oof.
3 down on Attackers. Looks like Squid Killer's going to get another push.
Junior gets so and just is forced to completely have to retreat.
Absolutely.
They do have armor ready to try and get back in, though. And hopefully that K-Shot can get those missiles up pretty quickly, which would allow them to have an easier time getting back in.
Absolutely.
But we are seeing armored missiles come out from the Squid Killers again, which...
Ends up trying to get this fall off on the Heavy and gets it.
Wild.
Wow. Fall off just amazes me every time.
It is quite impressive. And it's just... At this point, Otakos is so staggered that they're just going to have a rough time getting back in. It is a 3v3 situation right now, though, so...
Well, you do have to watch out for that feed and stagger loop. It is one of the worst things that can happen to your team in this game.
Absolutely. And that's a great jump out there from Astro.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's nice to see the Pro trying to move up on the bridge here to allow their Heavy to get on it.
Absolutely. Heavy can almost reach
And a
everywhere.
bubble kills the Forge Pro, which is rough.
Absolutely.
Nice 2v1.
Some missiles from the other side. Looks like doesn't
Nice.
get anyone.
No, it doesn't quite. But it was a nice 2v1 there to make sure they went down, even if they hadn't missiled. The Junior's really close to armor. The Heavy has a booyah. They could try and make something out of this.
Oh, but they do get shredded.
They really do. But it's a 3v2.
But that's
It's
2 down.
still-
Oh.
They have bubbles watching that side of tower, though. They are probably going to get pushed from that. Yep.
Ooh, good snipe from the
And-
jet right there.
Yeah, and it would be... Yeah. And the Forge goes down, resulting in them have to trying to regain that mid control and that bridge control yet again, which is too bad. because their heavy just really wants to be set up on that bridge. Heavy,
Wow, that machine is in right now, and they
that
get
machine is in there and just thriving. Wow.
Oh,
Okay, the machine's just having a good time. K-Shot's probably gonna go down.
aw,
No, the
there
K-Shot
we
gets
go.
him. Let's go.
Too bad by that K-Shot. This is a potential counter push for Otakus if they play this
They
right.
only
They
have
gotta
5
get the tower
seconds, though.
quickly. Will they get it?
They
Oh,
don't quite manage
no.
it. Oh, unfortunate.
That's just the worst feeling when you're like an inch away from standing on tower to cause overtime, but you just can't get it. It's happened to all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice plays out of that K-Sheen there. Really good job knowing the range and playing around those ledges that they know those shooters can't really do a ton from.
Yeah, absolutely. Just using.
And also 17 missiles, I believe that was,
Oh my gosh, 17 missiles.
which makes it a bit hard for anyone to do anything.
Absolutely. It's so interesting when this game started that missiles were just considered one of the worst specials in this game, but now it's almost a complete necessary in the meta.
It sure was the case when the game first came out. They were very different then, though, admittedly.
Absolutely. But it's true, they just provide so much utility. They paint
do.
the other side of the map. It kind of acts as a pseudo point sensor in a way where you
They
can see the
force
thing around
movement.
them, force movement. And it's just if the whole team's playing together in one clump group and you pop missiles on them, there's at least a 50% chance one of them's gonna get splatted.
Absolutely. But I'm sure Otako's Splatling player is excited for this next map. Manta Maria is a great Splatling map.
Absolutely. That the bridge in the center of the map, you can
Yeah,
definitely do some crazy stuff on that, especially if you have run speed.
absolutely. And it's just, on the other hand, it's also a great K-Sheen map, so that's a little bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, that plat was terrifying to go up against a machine.
Absolutely. Oh, and we're seeing a K Junior come out.
Hey, Junior.
Rare. Exciting.
Maybe we'll see some sick bubble combos from Maddie. here.
Hopefully. We are seeing it's a very different comp this time. Only one set of missiles. And we're
Absolutely.
seeing double armor on the side of Otako's again with that Hydra coming back out and a K-Pro again. And there's where the Hydra goes.
On the K shot.
Really nice play there from the Hydra, managing to get out and stay alive after getting that K-shot, which does take out a missile very nicely.
Good missile. Speaking of missile attackers and missiles, doesn't seem to get anyone with them though, but did apply some pressure. Bundy's just paying up the mid here to try and gain control.
And that is 2 down on the side of Squid Killers, which could allow Otakos to really get a push in here. They are stuck fighting that inside in
Absolutely,
their
but the
three.
Insap's behind them and absolutely
make it down to the
obliterating. Got 2 of them.
Absolutely, and we're seeing the K-Pro riding tower here, the K-shot missiling. And that's a nice booyah out of the K-Pro there, managing to stay alive, apply some more pressure on their street, and actually maybe get through this checkpoint if they get lucky.
Absolutely, but that K Junior has bubbles ready, so they better be ready for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really nice trade from the K-shot there.
Absolutely.
And now we have the Hydra and the Junior just waiting for that K-shot and K-Pro to be back in mid to try and make something out of this. There are missiles on that Hydra yet again. This is having the missiles on them all the time is probably getting very frustrating.
Absolutely. K shot's down on the side of Tacos.
T-Tech down on the side of Squid Killers though from really nice movement out of the Hydra.
Zap's going for plat and gets it.
Absolutely. Yep. But they go down to the K-shot with a really beautiful move. Yeah. The Junior probably is going to go down here, but not easily, and it made 3 people have to focus then while the Zap is still flanking here.
Absolutely. Zap's trying to go in though.
And gets
Gets a
that
pick on the
K-shot.
K-shot. Oh,
But
but
does
gets picked up by the Hydra. Attackers only needs
does need
1
somebody
point
to
right
move
here
up
to
and
take the
follow.
lead.
The Hydra does
And
need somebody to move up with them though, or they will go down, and that did just happen.
Absolutely.
We are seeing a Booyah come out, which will clear out a couple bombs there and takes out the T-Tech, which is great. We do see the Pro go down to the Junior there, which is too bad. The Junior also has bubbles ready, which allows them to really just Everyone has to respect a K Junior
Yeah.
when they've got bubbles. It's a dangerous
Just
situation.
move, get out of my way, and it looks like we're about to see it here. Here
Absolutely.
they go.
It's my other junior.
Yeah, looks like Squid Killer's getting some turf game ready for
And the
a
K-Pro
counter
makes a great
push.
pick on the T-Tech there.
Yeah,
We're seeing one of them trying to push up through that right side.
ends up trying to paint that hallway.
And there's the K Junior just waiting for the right opportunity to drop on everybody.
Absolutely. You're down on a tacos, all up on Squid Killers.
Absolutely.
like
K
they're
Junior has those
taking
bubbles
their
ready
push.
to go yet again. There's an Inkjet out. Inkjet on this map is so great for pushing up because it's just you can get so much vertical height so easily.
Absolutely.
And the K Junior still has those bubbles.
Ooh.
And it's that kick on the Hydra, which is huge.
Oh.
Does go down to a suction bomb, which is unfortunate.
Oh, this K shot has good flank, but it looks like they couldn't
get called
exactly
back.
get some of that.
And we are seeing it's just the Hydra who goes down, sadly, to that K Junior, who is now bubbling at their
Squid
spawn.
Killer at the final checkpoint, and 10 points they will take
Really nice
match
switch from the
three.
Inkjet. And that is game.
Yeah, absolute props to Squid Killers. That was just
Absolutely.
a great show of team coordination and synergy.
Absolutely. Really nice use of specials still. The K Junior was very smart with their bubbles and knew when to use them to just really make sure people got out of the way. And the Zap got some really, really awesome picks, and those flanks were really, really important because they really messed up Otako's first push.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing all this tower control play today because I just feel like seeing everyone play around the tower, ride it, especially that pillar in the center. You could probably write a whole 5-paragraph essay on how to best play around the tower pillar.
I'm sure somebody's probably done it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and we will be back with round 5, I believe. Round 5 in a few minutes. Welcome back, Squids and Kids, to round 5 of Minnow Cup Tower Control Edition. I'm still Seeking, and I'm still joined by Nox here. Say hello.
Hi. Up next, we have BitClam versus Boba Tea. And the first map they'll be playing is Starfish, which is a very, very interesting tower map.
Absolutely. Usually in most rotations, you only see the Splat Zones variant played in tournaments, or maybe Clam Blitz if they want to put it there. But you usually never see tower control, so it'll be interesting to see how teams approach this map and mode.
If either team has a heavy player, there's those grates on right that you can do a really neat flank with heavy. Not that you can't do it with other weapons, but heavy's just particularly good at it.
Oh, do you mean going underneath on right, or?
No, you go on the grates on right, and there's this like little corner the little corner area you can peek around?
Yes.
Heavy's just really good at that.
Okay, yeah, I think I've gotten a few kills playing Squeezer there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that could definitely be a strategy. If they have a heavy, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for it. So
either way, Starfish is a very interesting map because of all the flanks that happen. There will be flanks out from both teams, nearly guaranteed.
Absolutely.
And we do see a heavy coming out, which could be fun.
Absolutely. We see that heavy from Autumn on BitClam.
We do, and we see a zap coming out from BitClam. No armor on the side of Boba Tea, though, which is interesting to see. And Texture, who I'm pretty sure is usually a Charger player, is on Slosher, which is surprising.
Yeah, absolutely. Texture absolutely destroyed me a few times with a Charger, so it'll be interesting to see how his bucket is, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that Charger just set up on Snipe, as they tend to be. The Dynamo's taking up space in mid, but it gets taken out quickly.
Oh, good
and
jump.
down goes that Charger to that 52. Lucky RNG from Sean, considering it's 52 while jumping.
Yeah. 52 jump RNG. That's what you usually want to risk. It looks like it's
Not
trying to
usually.
get the heavy, but...
Nice armor out there from Lily. The 52 is down on the side of BitClam, but that heavy's Booyah will be able to allow them to hopefully get this checkpoint, and they managed to get it. That zap is still on tower. And there's a jump in from the 52 there.
And that's a full ride on BitClam right there.
But 49's not about opening push. It got them through that first checkpoint, which is one of the hardest on this map.
Absolutely. Looks like Boba Tea's already pushing up, getting ready to clear a path for their chance to push the tower. But with that heavy on Snipe, they're going to have to watch out.
Yeah, but the heavy has to watch out really carefully for that Charger. They do manage to take out the Dynamo, and here they're trying to get the Pro, and they get down, and they get it. That is 2 down on the side of Boba Tea.
Absolutely, good defense from BitClam.
Absolutely, and that heavy is just in such a strong position because they can peek so well from there. The Slosher's really going after this player right here. Seems to have backed off for now, but...
Looks like it's heavy. Oh, was going to try and get a hit on the Charger, but could be a little risky.
Just a bit. It is a Charger versus a heavy. We will see if they survive, and they survive those missiles with that Booyah Bomb. Really nice Booyah from them there. They still really need that Charger to move, though.
Absolutely.
And there's Dynamo just pushing that heavy out of the spot they want to be in, taking advantage of the fact that they can shoot over walls so easily.
They could try to send their end zap, or maybe the 52 gals to deal with the Charger, but it's going to be kind of hard to get in. It looks like they're watching out.
It is, and that Dynamo just did a massive flank taking out the heavy there. This is allowing them to take so much map control. This Booyah Bomb's going to apply a ton of pressure. But it looks like this 52 might be able to get a couple picks here if they get lucky.
Oh no, they get picked off by the Charger.
Yeah, they sure do. And we do have...
push. 2 down on BitClam right now.
But they do manage to take that Dynamo out, although the heavy does go down there to the K-Pro. Who does get taken out by the K-52. Just a lot of...
absolutely shredding whoever's on tower right now.
Absolutely.
But there are some jumps in.
But the 52's just gonna go in and get them, because that's what 52 can do.
Yeah.
You're not
the push
blocks out of the 52, which is interesting.
No, it makes me wonder if they usually play 52. I notice people who usually flex too don't throw as many walls as mains who do. So we'll see what they play later in the set.
52 manages to take out the K-Pro, but the Dynamo does get the Slosher down. The Zap is trying to get the Dynamo out of this position, so is the Heavy, but it looks like the Dynamo's gonna flank again.
Or just fake flank. Looks like the Dynamo's going for a kill in mid,
And
but
he goes
Sonic
down to the
doesn't get them.
cluster. Which is really great, because if that Dynamo can, on this map especially, it's just, or paint coming down on you like that on this map is rough.
Absolutely. Either from a Dynamo flick or a bucket or anything. You can definitely use the verticality of this map to your advantage in a numerous amount of ways.
Absolutely. And that is a full wipe on the side of BitTime yet again.
Yeah, 2 specials up on both the Dynamo and the K-Pro.
And they are pushing up quickly here. They really want to make sure they take this space. They want to make sure that they can get a good push in here. There's a Booyah coming out. Probably at that Heavy, I would assume. And there's the second Booyah.
As long as Boba Tea can get to the second checkpoint, they'll have the lead.
Yep. But maybe
But it looks like
Yuga will make something happen here.
trying to stop,
And they
but
don't.
getting rained on by the Dynamo. Gets a kill, though. But Boba Tea still takes the lead.
But the Ray is applying a lot of pressure, forcing people to move where they don't necessarily want to, along with the missiles coming out there. A really strong combination of specials, which gets 2 of them taken out. And it is just that 52 gal who is running in alone. And they make a pick happen, but that's not quite enough to get them back in.
No, absolutely not. The Dynamo's still standing strong on that tower.
Absolutely.
They're going to have to be super fast to trigger overtime.
Absolutely. And even if they do, that Charger's close to Ray. And if they don't manage, well, the Ray doesn't matter because they managed to get everybody. But if they hadn't managed to, and even if they had managed to get back on tower, the Charger was so close to Ray that they could have just used it against the push and jumped out. Like,
absolutely.
Ray might not be what it once was, but it's still a strong special.
Man, we keep having thoughts at the exact same time.
It does happen.
When you share a single brain cell. Anyway, we're moving on to Wahoo World now. Which, I'm gonna be real, when you were talking about Starfish earlier, I was thinking of Wahoo instead of Starfish, which is why I was confused. You think after playing this game for 3 years, you would have a firm grasp on what map
Wahoo than Starfish. Probably no weird flanks from the Dynamo on Wahoo.
Absolutely not.
I mean, it's
you
never know.
You can absolutely just rain paint onto the zone. But with tower, you just rain paint on the tower with that Dynamo. So we'll probably see them play around cover quite a bit.
Absolutely. It's such a unique map with how vertical it is and how much open space there is in your court. Like, there's an obscene amount of space to paint.
Absolutely. It's a great place if you're close to a special, you can charge it there. And it's just a very important place to hold if you're pushing into the opponent's territory too, because it prevents people from crossing from left to right or right to left. Repositioning.
And missiles are so annoying if somebody wants to be positioned on glass.
Oh yeah, you can't run them from missiles. I mean, you can. It's not gonna be as effective.
You can, but you have to fully focus on it. You can't do anything else.
Right, here we go.
And we are seeing a similar comp out of BitClam with the change for K-Shot for VDS, which is neat to see. Not K-Shot, Slosher, my bad.
MPU VDS. It's like we see missiles this match.
And the Armor Dynamo coming out, along with a 52. Interesting to see. Dynamo is the main armor weapon. And the Dynamo goes down, which means no armor for Boba T, which should allow BitClam to get in something here. And that is 2 down. Nice pick there from the VDS.
Absolutely.
There is a
Booyah bomb to center with the 52 gal on left. Gets a pick.
The 52 gal goes down again, this time to the Dynamo.
It's gonna hold their right side while the tower pushes into them.
Yep, and the
Heavy is just absolutely getting the K-Pro, but it looks like Boba Tea is going to have a chance to push back in.
Absolutely.
With 2 down,
and they managed to take out... Yeah, absolutely. And that Dynamo's just throwing paint from tower, really making it hard for any of the shooters to move in. They do go down, though, although there are so many Booyahs coming out, just making it... taking up so much map control, allowing so little space for BitClam to get in there. To the 52's trade. A nice pick there, just the K-Pro left.
looks like it's gonna be the end of the push for Boba.
And there goes the K-Pro. That gives them a delayed wipe, and they should be able to reclaim mid really easily here, especially with those sides opening up, and they can really lock down that right plat if they get there quickly. On the other hand, that K-Gal just chilling on left is going to be an issue for them.
Terrifying.
Truly.
Just like that, I pick on tower.
The zap does go down there, overextending a little bit.
And
we are seeing that
to get this
52.
BDS.
Still on tower, probably going to booyah right in front of them. And they're just really trying to get this checkpoint here, which will allow them a lot of space to move. The charger is down. This might be a good push for BitClam, even with all these booyahs coming out.
It's just so many specials.
So
used
many
by Big Cam
booyahs.
right now.
Absolutely. And the Dynamos being right by that tower again, applying a ton of pressure. Might get this heavy here. And they do.
Looks like they got it, yeah. So Bobachi barely holds the lead right now, and just 8 points needed by BitClam to secure it.
And no
it does look
checkpoints in
their
the
push
way.
is gonna be done for now.
Yep. There are a few more in mid though, which makes it harder for Bobachi to get in because this map is just so interesting to need to get in on. Its spacing is very unique. The Heavy gets a great trade with that Dynamo there. That's a 3v2 situation with a Charger. And the Charger goes down. Nice pick from the
showing some
BDS there.
smooth on the right side, able to avoid that K-Pro, I think it was.
Yes. On the other hand, that is 2 down on the side of BitClam, which allows Boba T to potentially get another big push here. They have a booyah already. They're getting close to some other specials like Ray, and that'll allow them to really make a big push here if they're careful about it.
That's
on the other
2
hand,
down
2
on
do go
Boba
down.
T. Oh, but
They
52
do get
down.
heavy, but then just the Charger now on the side of Boba T, which should allow BitClam to get in a push here. A really nice booyah out of the K-Gal here, forcing that Charger to move out of position, allowing the tower to get further in. They do sadly go down to something. The Dynamo's down again. This is allowing... Just look at how much more...
only needs 7 more points, and they take the lead. Are they going to be able to do it? And they do it. BitClam now holding the leading position.
And look at how much more map control BitClam's been able to get, and that Heavy manages to get 2 more picks, having to avoid this Charger here, but they're able to do a lot right now.
Still 3
And it's
down on
that
Boba
52.
T. BitClam's going to continue pushing
And
the
they're going
tower.
to try and jump in, but that 52 gal going down in a trade. They traded that Charger, actually. So they're going to get a few more points out of this. Probably not a ton, unless this VDS
Oh, that
manages-
BDS almost trades with the K-Pro.
Almost, but that's a really solid push. To get back, to get lead here, Boba T's going to need to get through checkpoint and get nearly to the next. Which is going to be rough to do against 2 booyah bombs and missiles if they space this correctly.
52 tried to shark there, but was spotted by 2 members of Boba T.
The Zap is going in here trying to get that something under there and not quite able to get it. The VDS having to back up, that Heavy trying to hold top right, top left, and just really trying to keep constant pressure on.
Boba T does have 2 specials ready, with BitClam
They
only
do.
1. They might be able to take a lead here if they play their cards right, but the VDS does get a splat.
Another thing BitClam really needs to keep in mind here is that they're really not in a massive rush. They have the time to take this safely. They didn't end up needing
And
to.
they didn't need to take it safely. They
Even
just
with
took the
the-
tower.
What's too bad there is at the very end you could see a member of Boba T on that tower, and it just didn't count it like tower does sometimes.
Man, it can be... You're just on the tower. This is game end. Overtime should have triggered. It can be a flood of emotions, if you will. Just put it
A
lightly.
little bit heartbreaking at times. Next up, we've got Macomart Tower Control, which is a map that really loves high aggression, and admittedly, if you can get a slosher going in there, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, Slosher on this map is a pain. I as a Tetra main, I'm sometimes forced to put my Tetras away on this map just because of how aggressive some of the Sloshers can be over those, I don't know, plats, I guess you can call them in the middle.
Yeah, you have to be really careful with how you drop on this map too, because people shark right below your drops so often.
Absolutely, especially this K52 or T-Tex or almost any weapon in this game can definitely shark on
Most
this map
any.
quite a bit. Yeah, I wouldn't expect an E-leader to be sharking maybe, but...
Well, you never know.
An
Unscoped E-leader? Maybe.
Is that the new meta, maybe, Nox?
Oh yeah, for sure. Unscoped E-leader sharking is definitely the new meta.
But yeah, it's 1-1 right now. Whoever wins this next game will take the set.
Very exciting to get to a game 3 that actually is extremely relevant.
Yeah, this could honestly be anyone's games. I'm not seeing any potential deficiencies on either side right now. I think
It will
could
be interesting if we keep seeing so many booyahs out of both teams. Both teams have had 2 booyahs both matches, which it's a lot of booyahs.
Yeah, on tower control, it's a really good safety net. It's like, get off the tower now, even more so than missiles everywhere.
True. And we are seeing the same comp come out of BitClam, and we are seeing a slight change, a pretty big change on the side of Boba T, seeing that the E-Leader and the Tri coming out, and we're back to the Kensa Dynamo. So both teams are still double booyah.
Absolutely. E-Leader on this map can be a force to be reckoned with, so we'll see what they can do with it.
The Dynamo did go down already, which takes out...
And that's 2 picks on BitClam right there.
And a nice jump out from the Zap on BitClam there, keeping that armor alive.
Yes, that is a good jump. Well, this Heavy's way in their base already. And the 52 does get him.
They do. And that Zap is pushing up in mid, just trying to get another armor, trying to keep applying some crossfire pressure, avoiding that E-Leader, because that E-Leader...
way up. And they do jump out.
Right
Okay.
Great teamwork here on the part of the Zap and the Slosher, although the Zap does back off a little bit, leaving the Slosher a little bit more exposed to the Tri.
Boba T just swarming the tower right now. They have almost complete control of its surroundings. The BitClam is trying to poke in and out.
That bomb down though, which is really going to limit the amount of presence BitClam can get in mid, although the missiles coming out do help a lot. And the Heavy is right out of booyah now.
And
that is nice from the end Zap there. Although they do go down to that Tri-Slosher on right.
Yeah.
That is...
You're on Boba T's stack, and they're both down.
And we're seeing a booyah come out here specifically at that Dynamo, who does go down to it.
And it does.
And it looks like they should be able to get through this checkpoint here, which is nice to see. This 52 gal's just waiting for somebody to get in a position where they can apply pressure. That's lead for BitClam, and that Dynamo's just raining down paint. That 52 gal's left in a very stranded position, having to avoid this booyah and the Dynamo here, getting pushed by the other 52 and having to jump out. Nice pick from the Heavy there on the Dynamo, in getting that booyah off in mid to maintain that map control while their teammates come back in.
Oh, there's a Slosher over the plat.
And the Slosher getting a nice bit of pressure on that Dynamo there, although having to back up as 2 of their teammates go down and not quite able to get out, which is unfortunate.
Absolutely, these Sloshers are wrecking havoc so far on this map. It's Macklemore sailing Sloshers.
Absolutely. That 52 gal is doing a great job trying to maintain that stack on left. The missiles coming in, allowing them to actually scatter people a little bit more. Armor coming out.
They have to watch for this Tri-Slosher on right. Oh, that's a full wipe right there.
Yeah, this will allow Boba T to really go in and take a lot of map control if they're careful about it. A little bit of an early booyah, although it will still get a lot of
holding.
Yeah.
Oh, and almost gets the Heavy, but good positioning prevents that. But that Tri-Slosher, you better watch out.
Gets 2. Are they going to get the 3rd? Not quite. That Slosher manages to keep themselves alive.
Looks like Boba T pushed it to 45, which is a admirable position so far, but it can easily be surpassed if BitClam gets all here.
Very back and forth game. Lots of very even matchups here. The Dynamo goes down there to the 52. The Slosher has missiles ready. Probably. Oh, the Zap does go down there to the Tribe, which is unfortunate because it loses out on the armor.
Definitely. The difference between 46 and 44 could be between one special usage, so we'll see what BitClam has, what it takes to get there.
They have managed to get all the way to 42, giving them a nice lead here. Well, a lead here, maybe not a nice lead. Great pick from the Slosher there on that K-52. Missiles coming out on that E-Leader, allowing them to get a little bit further. The Dynamo might be able to get them here because Dynamo can hit those insane little areas.
Absolutely. Good booyah bomb.
Really
doesn't
nice
manage to pick anyone.
No, but it applies enough pressure for them to get all the way to 17. And they might still be going here.
Still going.
That is a 4v2 situation.
Oh, 52 dies. The Slosher.
And they get through that checkpoint. This might be game.
Hey, but there's that Slosher
And they're just applying pressure here. They're trying to keep it alive until their teammates can come back. Heavy might go down to this 52 here. They're really having to push their
Maybe to push it
really
a little too
beautiful
hard.
Beautiful job spacing there from the Heavy.
Absolutely. Backline just has so much map control right now. It's making them hard to do anything for Boba T. And that's
And that is
game.
game. Beautiful plays out of BitClam. Really solid pressure applied. Great use of specials. And they just kept pushing that tower once they got in. They did not let go once they were in there at all.
Absolutely. Great plays from both teams. It was really anyone's game up there until maybe the final 30 seconds. It was just
Absolutely.
very entertaining to watch.
Very back and forth. Very evenly matched. Incredible. Just really cool gameplay to see. And it was neat to see a Dynamo come out. You don't see them very often.
Absolutely. And with that, I believe that concludes the group stages. And Nox and I will be back later to start the first round of Top Cut once TOs figure out who's moving on. So we will see you then. Welcome back, Splatoon 3 waiters, to Top Cut, round 1 of Minnow Cup. I'm here with Nox Raven.
Oh, formal. The teams we have up next are Maxaria and Shiver Me Inklings, which should be very fun sets to watch.
Yes, very fun. Well, we're in Top Cut now. It's going to be top 8 teams, so the play is only going to be even more and more impressive than what we have seen so far, and I'm really excited to see what these teams can offer us.
Absolutely. Top Cut's always so fun to watch, and this should be a great time.
Absolutely. Do you know
The first map we're going to see is Piranha Pit.
Piranha Pit Tower Control. I've always really liked this map mode a lot.
It's a fun map.
Just having the ramps lead up to tower and just playing all around that is really fun and can really test your dexterity on some weapons.
Absolutely. And it's a neat map for anchors.
Oh, absolutely. The Stingray Jet Squelcher from all the way from Useless, right?
Absolutely. Not usually quite at Useless. Usually right at the ramp.
But yeah, multiple strategies can work on this map. It's short range weapons left to just play around the ramps and the tower, but you have to watch your perpendicular from the treads on the left and right side.
Absolutely, and it's so easy to get a flank off on this map with how open-ended it can be to get to mid.
It's almost so open that I wouldn't even call it a flank. It's just another way to go, it feels like.
It's fair. It'll be interesting to see what weapons we come out, because you can make most things work on Piranha, in my opinion. Like, I don't think there's any class that I just think can't work there.
Absolutely. If you play around ramps and stuff, Blaster can absolutely work, or some sort of slosher or sloshing machine. So we'll see what both teams offer.
Absolutely, and we are seeing a sloshing machine come out from Maxaria. And from Shiver Me Inklings, we are seeing a 96 for armor, which makes a lot of sense with how big the map is. And a brush coming out, which will have a great time on those ramps.
Absolutely. It does look like this is a 3-shooter comp on each side. So lots of shooter action if you're wanting to see that. We do got a brush and a sloshing machine also.
And we have a bomb rush already up on the side of Maxaria, which will really allow them to take map control back quickly if they need to. And really just this early push that Shiver Me's trying to get off, this will stop it dead in its tracks.
Not And it looks, wow, that's a full wipe on Shiver Me Inklings.
And so now we've got that K-Sheen just going right up under their drop, taking up that space, not going to allow them to really do much about it.
That is such an annoying position for the machine to be.
It is. And also they were given a wall there for a second by their 52, which, you know, already a machine there. Why not add a wall?
Absolutely. Missiles do come out from Shiver Me Inklings. Looks like they might push in around this.
Then they do manage to take out... The Jet Squelcher is down on the side of Shiver Me. The K-Shot's doing what they can to try and get a pick here, but there's just not a lot of space for them to work. They managed to take out the Zap, who had kind of been left on their own. But that is a push past the first checkpoint, which really is a solid opening push for this map. Just the 52 gal left trying to back.
It's like the Octopus might be trying to get them after this Booyah, but they do throw it straight down. They have to get out of there.
And the brush
is respawning, and this is a dangerous position for them, and they do super jump out. Good call.
A good jump out, yeah, absolutely. K-Sheen's just trying to get back into mid here, really trying to apply some pressure with that 52 gal. They managed to get a great pick there. 2 down on the side of Shiver Me yet again. All 4 up on the side. Well, 3 up on the side of Maxaria. And they're just doing what they can to move in here. The combination of a 52 and a 96 gal seems pretty vicious to me. Like 2 weapons that do a lot of damage from a decent range.
Yeah, it's just if those that 96 on Jet Squelcher can just stay back and aim well, then there's not gonna Macarena's not gonna be able to touch them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have missiles out from missiles ready from the Jet Squelcher, but down they go.
Oh,
and down goes the 96, and this could be another push here for Maxaria. If that little block always causes problems with getting on tower. just got stuck in that corner for a little while.
I've definitely been smushed between the tower and that block multiple times in my Splatoon career.
It's frustrating. Booyah going right at their drop to try and apply some pressure there. Looks like Maxari is going to try and make a push out of this. They don't have a lot of specials to work with, though. And the Zap does go down, so no armor. They managed to get some great picks, though. That K-shot going down. Last is the brush on the side of Shiver Me, which could lead to this being a solid push for Maxaria. The 52 gal just waiting, trying to get that Booyah. The bomb rush coming out here from the splash is really going to allow them to just keep this space, maybe get to the next checkpoint and hopefully get through it. We see a Booyah coming out. There's a splashdown ready. There's just a lot of room for them to work with here.
Absolutely.
And they get that checkpoint.
Maxaria is just attacking Shiver Me Inklings from all angles, and they're just trying to find an opening to get to that tower and stop this push. They're at the third checkpoint. They're going to have to think of something fast.
Absolutely. There are missiles ready from that V-Jet and missiles ready from that K-shot, so that does allow them. And they managed to take out that K-shot. The brush is still in mid, though.
Oh, good pick from that brush.
Absolutely. Taking out the armor is very big for that comp. No armor really limits the amount that a Splash, K-Sheen, and K-Gal can go in and do without having to take more risks.
Yeah. And with a minute left, Shiver Me Inkling's going to have to think of something fast. Hopefully just try and use their range and pick up all of the shorter range weapons on Maxaria.
Absolutely. They do manage to get the K-Gal down. They have armor ready. They got missiles out from the K-Shot. And there's an Inkjet out. This is giving them hopefully a lot to work with, a lot to try and get in with, but here's that bomb rush coming out yet again, really just forcing them to have to respect a lot of space.
Absolutely. That Toxic Mist is being annoying for Maxaria, but doesn't allow Shiver Me Inkling to get a pick on them.
And they take out the brush who was trying to do a little flank on them, and then the 96 gal is out here just using their range, getting that in zap. Absolutely. And they take out that splash too. That's really limiting a lot of what Maxaria can do. It is just that Booyah Bomb, but there's only 10 seconds left, and a Booyah Bomb takes you off of tower for a hot second. That's a kind of early time for the Booyah, though. Absolutely. So we will see.
Absolutely.
They just need to get back on the tower.
They need to get back on the tower, but that 52 gals are attacking from that direction. They're all around tower right now.
And it is just the
Inkjet to just shred through that.
Oh, unfortunate. Really nice uses of specials there at the end, though, by Shiver Me, trying to get that last push in. A closer game than you would expect from the score you're seeing.
Absolutely. That push that Maxaria got at the beginning, it was just such a good lead that they just had to hold. And oh my gosh, look at the 52 gal, 16 kills and 7 Booyah bombs.
They were just able to really go in there with the amount of crossfire going off from all the other weapons and the armor coming out from the zap. It allowed them a lot of space to just go in and work with along with that wall.
And now since we are on Top Cut, it will be a best of 3 instead of play all 3. So if Maxaria can get the pick up the game on Sturgeon Shipyard, then that'll be the set done.
Absolutely. Sturgeon Shipyard is a very vertical map. We actually saw it already earlier in the tournament. But it's a very interesting map. It's got a lot of verticality. It's got a lot of interesting spots that you can try and get your Slayers up in front of you with. For example, that wall on right.
Absolutely. If Shiver Me Inklings decides to run a longer range comp again, it could come more to their benefit on Sturgeon Shipyard than Piranha Pit ever let them.
That's true. There are issues with longer range on Piranha Pit sometimes because of how much the ramps in the middle block your view.
If you can get up on Spinner while trying to push forward or just near snipe, it can allow for some pretty decent picks.
Absolutely, and it's a very strong map for Splatlings, especially on that top right area, because they can stay on those grates without too much of an issue.
Yeah. Just because you're on Spinner doesn't mean you're safe. We've all been picked off there when we thought we were.
Absolutely. And we are seeing 2 Booyahs coming out from Shiver Me, along with that Inkjet and that Russian Zap still, and the exact same comp out of Maxaria, which admittedly it gives a lot of paint pressure. The bomb rush is really solid.
Looks like Shiver Me Inklings decides to go with a more mid-range comp this time with the 52 and the Zap. Yes, K. Wow, that's a full life on Maxaria. Right? What happened?
An awesome opening from Shiver Me Inklings, and now they're just really able to go up there. The brush has Inkjet ready. They might use it while they're there on that sponge. We are seeing the K-Gal moving up here, just trying to take this space. They don't manage to get Booyah off in time, though, which is unfortunate. They are going to get this first checkpoint, but they're having to back off now because it is just the K-Pro left. And they are getting pushed by a few people.
Yeah, 53 push in less than a minute into the game. Not bad at all.
A very solid opening there from Shiver Me. We are seeing a lot of pressure being put on now, though, by Maxaria. Although the brush might be able to make something out of this.
Yeah. Brush is very much in an annoying spot. Maxaria's gonna have a hard time pushing up with that brush just raining down.
And with the auto bombs they're throwing, just really forcing people to reveal their locations and move.
Looks like Chigao's gonna try and go in here. Maybe wait for the Inkjet to run back, and that is a dead Octo Brush.
Yes, it is just that K-Pro left. The Zap is respawning now. The K-Pro's having to try and get some picks, but they might not be able to find enough. That is a push to 16.
Playing around that wall, just doing K52 things. And that's a push.
And that is a push
right there.
There is still time, though, for them to manage to make another push out of this, which would be great.
Yeah, just Shiver Me Inklings pushing to 53 and Maxaria pushing to 6 just shows you how volatile Splatoon can be as a game sometimes.
Absolutely. Very fast-paced, very rapid fire, not a lot of time. If you make a mistake, it does cost you a lot in this game, usually.
And that is a pick on Maxaria 52 gal and the end zap.
And that is now a 3v2 situation. The brush is still going in here with this Inkjet. It'll force them back to mid when they land, though, which is a little bit rough. The brush getting a great pick there on the zap. And on the 52, the brush is kind of going off.
Yeah, brush is doing brush back up right now.
You're at 20 right now. They could get lead here if they play it right. They don't have any special.
And Maxaria is collapsing around the tower, trying to protect it.
And that is a full wipe on Shiver Me.
Shiver Me does get the lead by 1 point. You know how that feels.
It is rough when you lose the lead by 1 point, but awesome play there from Shiver Me, just really moving up aggressively once they got the picks they needed, using their specials at solid times, really just allowing them to get a lot of control.
Absolutely. Ooh, good direct.
Very good direct there from the K-Sheen, absolutely.
Oh, you better watch out for that brush there. Oh, but he gets
the brush does go down as, like, 3 different people looked at them. A very good reaction to seeing a brush dropping on you.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you just get looked at by 3 people and instantly delete from the game.
We do see a Booyah Bomb about to be ready here on the side of Shiver Me, which will deny them this tower here. That is a full wipe on the side of Maxaria, allowing Shiver Me to just reclaim mid control and hopefully apply enough pressure to keep them from really being able to get another push like that.
Absolutely. All Shiver Me has to do with 1 minute left is just try and hold mid and prevent a push from Maxaria, and it'll be their game.
And they do have a lot of specials ready here. They use that Booyah on the K-Sheen over there, forcing them to drop, allowing the K-Gal to get that pick and splash down
cancel. Splash down. Should have guessed that one.
The K-Pro is down though. The brush might go down to this Booyah.
Ooh.
It does seem to go down to it, but allows them to get a pick in the process.
You're
it is
down
a
on each team
situation. Last is the K-Sheen. Looks like the K-Pro is trying to push them on Spinner. Not able to really do a ton there because of range issues and height advantage.
Absolutely. Looks like it's about even in mid now, with Maxaria gaining more turf than Shiver Me Inkling can put down with that K-Pro on Spinner. Oh, brush gets a good pick.
Although we do have armor ready from that zap, the K-Pro is near Booyah, which they probably just want to try and hold for the end of the game at this point to play it safe. Let's see what the K-Sheen can make from going into Fight Club. Looks like they might get picked off here for it, but they managed to get the K-Pro instead, which is a great pick, taking out that Booyah Bomb, which will allow them to push in way more easily and give them a better chance during this last push that they get.
The Shiver Me does have 1 down, with Maxaria to start a push. They need to get to 4 to win.
They have that bomb rush ready. They're probably going to pop it pretty soon. They've got armor. They've got Booyah.
Oh, that's 3 down on Maxaria. Can the K-52 save
and
it?
And it is just that K-52, and they can't quite do it. That is a game for Shiver Me. Really great to see a very close game. Literally 1 point difference.
Absolutely. We will be moving on to Game 3. Wow, what a great display of skills from both teams. Very
Absolutely.
high kill count game. It was just constant back and forth.
Yeah, these have been great games back and forth most of the time, really just allowing us to get to see what these teams are fully capable of, pushing each other to their limits.
Absolutely. And it looks like the third map will be the Reef tower control, obviously. Yeah, I think Reef tower control is a really fun map too. Like you
Yeah,
said,
it's a super interesting map.
you have to watch the left hallway for a flank if you're pushing tower past it.
Absolutely. I will say, as a support, it is one of one of the more boring maps to ride tower on, because for like a decent chunk of pushes usually, there's people, it's so far in front of you that all you can do is throw bombs and like try and get armor, but usually it's painted already.
If you can get the left side, if you can push through the enemy's mid, you kind of just can hold tower through there due to it like swooping back before it pushes into the opponent's spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing yet again it's slightly different comp out of max area actually. We are seeing a sploosh coming out. We are seeing a V sploosh, which is very interesting to see.
It's a full swim speed sploosh. We'll see what they can do.
We are seeing the same comp coming out of Shiver Me yet again. We have armor out on both sides pretty much, which will allow everybody to be on relatively equal terms going into this opening fight. Or not, that's okay, there goes the armor. Both 52s are down. That is a 2v2 situation from both sides. The Zap here just looking for whatever's been pushing people on right. Oh, which is the other Zap. Very fun.
Oh, a good pincer right there.
Very nice pincer, absolutely. And we are seeing this K52 building for their Booyah, trying to make sure that they can get back in pretty easily here with special. Armor coming out again from that Zap on max area, allowing them to just really be able to go in here without having to face as many risks. Booyah coming out, stalling the tower, not getting any picks though. There is not a lot of space for Shiver Me to try and get in here. They kind of need to just wait and build specials a little bit. They have time still. They do manage to get that armor out, allowing them to get in. They've gotten a pick on the K52.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Shiver Me Inklings is gonna stop the push for now, but Max Area could continue at any moment with Shiver Me Inklings having 3 people down.
They're probably going to be able to maintain this push pretty easily. They're getting close to another armor. Well, maybe not quite close. They're working towards another armor.
Yeah.
The
Always getting
K52
ready to
goes
armor
down
to
again.
push in. Gotta have that armor.
You gotta have that armor. The Brush is doing a great job here, staying in a pretty safe spot while they just wait for a good opening to get picks. They do have enough time here. They have a whole nother checkpoint. They've got time for the rest of the game. It's important to play smart in these situations and not rush it.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes in. You still have more than half the
majority
time
of the
remaining
game.
to make a huge push.
And this is a map where you can absolutely just get an obscene push off pretty easily.
Yeah, just like that. There's 3 down on max area, but the remaining 52 count
is still
does
up.
get a pick.
And we see the K-Pro ready here with a nice Booyah bomb, just riding tower, trying to maintain some map presence. A Booyah coming out from that K-52 on the other side, forcing them to back up for a second. But it is a 4v2 situation. There is a Booyah ready.
Oh, but then
Although they
they
might go
go Booyah.
down. Unfortunate.
Great booyah from
Very good Booyah.
max area.
Absolutely. Although we still have somebody on tower. The Brush is pretty far in there, but they're going to get pushed from that left side, just like we said earlier.
And the splish gets the jump in.
And it's going to go for, looks like they're going to go for a flank, as splooshes do.
Absolutely.
Brush is in here
Brush
trying to
trying
get
to
the
get
pick here, but not quite able to as they get cornered.
That's still 2 down on Shiver Me Inklings.
They have armor ready.
Ending.
They do have armor ready for this next push in. It looks like they are saving it for another special maybe, which would be very smart. Yeah, there are 2 Booyahs getting close to online. There's an Inkjet almost online. And this is allowing them to try and get mid control again. Neo Splash being forced to pop that bomb rush to try and deal with this K-52.
Next area just has so much turf control right now. They're going
They
to do
do.
whatever they want on the map. No hesitation.
Absolutely. It is just the Brush left on the side of Shiver Me again, and they're probably gonna make a big, and next area is probably gonna make a big push out of this.
Absolutely try to. With them still being in the lead, they don't have to push too far if they don't want to, but more points
this
never
map
really
can-
hurt.
Yeah, especially on this map where KOs aren't uncommon by any means.
Oh,
That
they
is a
really
beautiful
just
kick on the K-Gal
out
there for
there.
the splash.
ooh. It's a
Brush is
3v3
just-
situation right here. Looks like the Brush trying to search for people around mid, and Shiver Me
Now
Inkling
going up
slowly
to
getting
the
turret
tree.
control back.
They're doing a good job being pretty smart with their specials, doing what they can. The K-52 does go down again, though. And there goes the K-Gal, and that is going to be a Booyah on tower in a 3v2 situation favoring Max Area.
Max Area just saving the Booyah Bomb for when they dare to get on tower again. Good pick from the K-52 on that jump in. And that's 3
Really
down on
nice.
Shiver Me Inklings. That push is
Yeah.
over.
That push is done. They have 30 seconds left to try and get back in here. They need to get their specials. They need to get back in. And they probably need to get the K-Gal on the other team to be down so they don't have to deal with the Booyah Bomb as they try to push back in.
So yeah, Booyah is more than halfway charged. 2 specials from Max Area. They're likely just hold them until they need to cancel overkill.
Oh, and that is
that's
two
2
down on the
down.
side of Max Area. This might be enough for them to try and get one more push in. On the other hand, the other team does have Booyah and armor ready, which gives them a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, that Booyah can be a game ender right there if they don't do something about it quick.
Absolutely, and that Gal is staying in a smart spot, trying not to die to anything.
And
They are
Max Area
throwing that
is turning
Booyah,
the Booyah on tower.
and they need to get somebody back on
Okay,
tower
get
as
on it
they
before
throw
the
those
others
down.
do. Oh,
And they
but
do, and that
32's
Zap is a
down.
great pick. And the
But-
Inkjet can't ride tower that easily.
No.
A great game there from both teams. Really solid pushes, really smart uses of special.
Yeah, that was some great splatoon that happened for sure. And that is 20 kills and assists from the N-Zap.
Yeah, the Zap was having a good time, and it looked like everybody was moving in really, really well with their armor, which is always nice. It's a little bit upsetting as a support player when people don't move in with your armor. It's like, oh, I got this. I gave you a gift. Please?
And that ends the quarterfinals for Minnow Cup. Nox and I will be heading out, but starting the semifinals, you will be joined by Chater and Ike. So look forward to seeing them, and we will be back shortly.
Hey gamers, welcome back to Minnow Cup Top Cut Tower Control Edition. We've got Falling Sharks versus Minnow Cuppers. I'm Kaner and I'm joined here today by Ike.
Hey everybody.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to see these two teams. We've seen Minnow Cuppers on earlier in the Swiss stage, so we're seeing them again in the semifinals here. Just one more round until we get to the big grand final, so we'll have to see which of these teams can secure their spot.
Yeah, this should be an exciting one. Minnow Cuppers with the 2-1 win over Overflow in the last round, and Falling Sharks beating Leg 2-0. So should be a good battle here coming up for semis. And
yes,
then in the
definitely.
other bracket, we have Persistence and Makasera. So we'll see who takes that one into grand finals.
Oh, definitely. All right, so it looks like this is going to be a best of three. We're going to be starting off with Snapper Canal for our tower control matches. And that one's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, I just got back from High Ank from commentating Clam Blitz Snapper Canal. So this one's it plays a little bit differently, and I don't actually see tower control snapper that often in a competitive scene, just because, you know, the funny falling into the water happens a lot, but it's very amusing. Hopefully we can catch it on stream.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll happen at some point. It'll be interesting to see if either of the teams run a charger here or what kind of backline setup they're going to go, because riding that tower through that first checkpoint area, you get kind of close, so we'll see what happens.
Definitely. All right, looks like we're having a hero splatling come out from one end. Ooh, we got some funky little picks. Looks like Minnow Cuppers are bringing out the tent as well as the all special charge vanilla jet. So that's going to be a lot of missiles coming out from that team. They've also got the Zab for armor. They've got the Try as well. That's a nice well-rounded comp there. And on the other hand, Falling Sharks has brought out that hero heavy for the splatling, as well as a little bit of that more anchory playstyle, as well as a double shot and a junior. Unfortunately, both of those shots just went down. That junior's backing up a little bit there. And although Falling Sharks were the first one to take objective, they have got very many down, 3 down now with the hero heavy. Looks like they've jumped out, and so it is going to be Minnow Cuppers with the lead right now as they push forward.
Yeah, and Cuppers already have 2 missiles coming in from the jet, so that's good. And they have that whole side of the map, that left side in front of the tower, pretty much locked down. Looks like you have the tent coming to circle in and get some flanks, so if they can get through this next checkpoint... Oh, nope, never mind.
That is a
3
full
down.
wipe. Unfortunate. Yeah, nice locking in the defense there from Falling Sharks. And with that, that's a lot of picks there. Able to take back control of mid. Now you can see this this heavy just sitting on the tower, taking advantage of the pole as well for some cover. They've got the armor as well. Gem has let loose that barrier as an attempt into mid. We've got the missiles coming out as well. And that Zap's gone down on the side of Minnow Cuppers, which is really unfortunate. They're now 2 down. Gem here with the bubbles, trying to defend the tower, but that Stingray there is also going to attempt to shut them down. They're trying to get that pick. You can see them doing damage on the tower, but not quite enough to get one pick. One shot is down, though, and those bubbles are very quickly going to get shot through. You can see them in the little corner there. Meanwhile, we've got a little bit of a fight going on the tower here with this... that's the junior just barely managing to escape, and that heavy's still there. So we've just got both teams jockeying for control of the tower right now, and with very, very similar scores. Although with that 3 down on Minnow Cuppers, it's going to be Falling Sharks that come out victorious.
Again, with Minnow Cuppers going 3 down, and they're trying to stop this push here. So I don't know if they are just taking separate fights or what the deal is, but they're going to have to start to regroup a little bit here if they want to keep this game alive much longer.
Yeah, you can see, unfortunately, another member going down. Gem here on this tent trying to do something, but there's not so much they can do on their own, as they've been very much cut out, and they finally get taken out, which is unfortunate. 3 up on both sides now. That tower's starting to reset back to mid, but the shot here is going to catch it, and that heavy is still alive and kicking. You can see the members of Minnow Cuppers are really trying to get back into that tower, but to no avail. His shot trying to take it across the water. Gets taken down midway, though. But, this heavy pulling off 2 picks. Very nice double. That's exactly what they need to finally get that to stop. Thankfully, they've got those picks, but and they have their teammates coming back though. And Gem again on this tower trying to get something done. The bubble is actually coming very much in handy as they get that pick as well. And so this is exactly what Minnow Cuppers needs: a bit of teamwork, a bit of staying together. And it's into the water. Oh, that is unfortunate. I mean, it's not even of their own accord. They just got trapped.
Yeah, it's brutal. And then you see the bucket go down. That's essentially a 2 down, which slows their whole push, takes all that momentum. Now they're going to have to work extra hard to regain map control and continue pushing the tower towards the far side of the map.
Yeah, you saw Gem, though, hop off the tower, doing great work with that tent. I always love seeing tent on Snapper, just of what it can do. You see that K shot going up a little bit behind there. Meanwhile, Gem right in the thick of it all. They have their back against the wall, though, quite literally with that shield, and that's going to be 3 down for Minnow Cuppers yet again, which is really unfortunate. We've got about a minute left, and right now, Falling Sharks have this tower under their control, have this map under their control, and are taking fights right where they need to. You saw that 2v1 right there, and they've got the missiles popped as well. So Minnow Cuppers really need to get back into mid. They really need those picks, and there is one that they definitely got, but they're going to have to get a couple more than that in order to get control of mid and get it all the way past 28. They still have a checkpoint between them and the lead too, which is going to make it so much more difficult.
Yeah, and the Brella's doing a really good job of holding down mid and keeping the Falling Sharks from getting even more points on the board, but it just doesn't seem like they're getting much help in that area. Everybody else is kind of preoccupied taking fights on different sides of the map, so they might need to get a little more coordination here for this, what could be their final push, leading into the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, we've got Snack on the try, hopping on the tower and getting it started, but it looks like the members are actually pretty far apart. You can see Gem all the way on that left side of the map, the others on the tower, but they are going to be hopefully coming a little bit closer together. We are so close. Hopefully we can get overtime for Minnow Cuppers to attempt to get some sort of a push during this. We got the shot, though, jumping down, getting that pick, which is crucial, because even though they went down, it's going to make it so much harder. Oh, so many members. That GG Ray is going to be the last thing, and that is going to be game 1 going to Falling Sharks.
Yeah, really good set from Falling Sharks. They kept the pressure on and had map control for quite a bit of that game there. They didn't let Minnow Cuppers really get their footing on any of their pushes. I mean, whenever they got on tower, it was always like there was one on tower, maybe one person fighting in front, and then everybody else was kind of distracted. So if they can keep that up for the next map on Starfish main stage, they'll be in a good position to move into finals.
Yeah, and we saw great heavy gameplay from Cobra Kai too, and I really want to see that come into play again on Starfish main stage, which is going to be the next stage for our set. I absolutely love to see heavy come into play here because, you know, the possibility for flanking Splatlings, as well as just the amount of cover that is in pretty much all places of this map is great for Splatlings to hide behind and peek out.
Well, it's amazing if you're a Splatling. You could sit there behind all the walls and just charge up your shots and hop out and peek a little bit, maybe get a pick or two, get some paint down. And especially with that kit, with the Stingray, it's excellent for Starfish main stage. I think it fares even better on main stage than on Snapper Canal. One thing I'm wondering is if Minnow Cuppers will actually make a correction or a change and go C-Jet to try and counter Ray. It'd be interesting to see what they do with that.
It would be very interesting. I've seen C-Jet work on this stage. I mean, as someone that used to play Anchor myself, played both of those weapons. Both of them have very good potential on this stage. It's just a little bit of a different playstyle, you know? It comes with different weapons. I saw a Charger pulled out here earlier in High Ink too. It can work really well. Or maybe even deciding to go Anchorless, although I don't know if that's really going to happen. We'll just have to wait and see whichever, you know, whatever the teams decide to pull out. There's a lot of possibilities that can work here.
Okay, looks like we're getting into it.
We are indeed.
Remix.
Oh yeah, Cobra Kai switching to the remix. We got that. I believe that's still the V-Jet coming out. Yep. So we've still got that all special charge V-Jet. I'm very excited to see that. We've got lots of LDE as well on both sides. Faye already with that armor, very, very quick first armor, but that's the job of the junior. And we've already got someone. This T-Tech's going to be on the side here, a counter armor coming out from Minnow Cuppers, and you can see they're quick to take this side. Oh, they do get taken out though by, I believe that was the Zap, if I'm not mistaken. And so we've got both teams trying to take the tower, but it's going to go to Minnow Cuppers. That with the rain is going to help them a lot too. And oh, this pick though, and oh, that person got a double.
3 down.
Oh, 3 down, 2 down, 3 down. We've got a lot happening. There's only 3 people up on right now, but you can see Falling Sharks is letting that tower reset back to mid while they push in a little bit and wait for their teammates to come back. And here we go. Cobra Kai is going to take that spot on the tower again that they've been taking from the previous match, and they've been doing very well too. Meanwhile, we've got the T-Tech on that Inkjet. Got a lot going in. All of this Again, coordination is what we've been talking about for this past match, and that was just really nice. But again, we've got Minnow Cuppers coming back in with coordination of their own, getting 2 picks. You see the miss on the tower. That missed from the oh yeah, the bomb kill. Unfortunately, that miss from the Vija is going to be crucial here, especially with a lot of the ledges that it can be broken on. Mist is really cool to see in action.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to tell from the camera angle that we're in, but it seems like for Minnow Cuppers, they had 3 down for Falling Sharks, but they weren't really able to get on tower very quickly and start progressing. So it is a missed opportunity for the Tri-Slosher with the flank. But
the Tri-Slosher with the flank getting taken out. I mean, pick after pick right now. And so Minnow Cuppers looks like they're trying to get back into mid right now. That tower is slowly also resetting back into mid. They're very clumped up right now on snipe. I do hope they don't get taken out by another one of the juniors' bombs, but they're slowly. As soon as I said that, a fucking double. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry, but Commentator's Curse would have caught up to me sooner or later. Fate able to avoid that bomb by just sitting on the other side of the tower pole. And they are getting to checkpoint 1, gonna try and make it past that to extend their lead just a little bit.
Yeah, and Falling Sharks does a really good job of juggling the tower through checkpoints and pinch points. So like when the heavy was on at first, they get into that little narrow alley. Really,
you can see them doing that.
And go mid. Yeah,
I mean, as you were talking about that, we just saw the heavy and the junior trade off so that, the heavy wasn't necessarily caught in too many of those close range fights. Unfortunately, it did lead to a few of the members of Falling Sharks going down, but they were able to push that to 47 right up against that second checkpoint. And as we only have about 2 minutes left in this match, unless Minnow Cuppers can get something under that, that's still great for them because Minnow Cuppers still has an entire checkpoint between them and the lead. They haven't made it to the first checkpoint yet, although you can see them attempting to do that right now here. The K-shot, though, being on this snipe, jumping down, that's going to be a huge threat to them, so unless they can take it out, their push might get shut down. They almost
Oh man, they were so bad. Just 2 down.
They received the humiliation by a member of Minnow Cuppers. And meanwhile, oh no, the heavy getting caught out unawares. And this is going to be the huge opening for Minnow Cuppers, exactly what they need. That jet is going to be taken out though, but they've jumped back in. So this try going to go forward. I mean, we've already got the missiles from the jet. We've got everything is going their way right now. They just need to hold on for a few more seconds. 2 down on their team though, which is really unfortunate. The other 2 likely going to have to back up just a little bit. So we've got a 3-point margin for both of these teams as we head into the last minute of our match.
The 2 splatter shots for Falling Sharks do an excellent job of pushing up. As soon as the other team goes 1 or 2 people down, they are instantly in mid and pushing forward, and that's allowing Falling Sharks to get points on the board faster and move this tower faster. That's something that I think Minnow Cuppers needs to take note of and try and do that themselves when they're trying to make their push.
Oh, definitely. Double shot can be a comp really built for aggression, and you can see that happening here right now. I mean, now that Minnow Cuppers are 2 down, you can see that all the missiles are coming out, the heavy's putting down a barrage of bullets, and that one person, the Zap that tried to drop and take them unawares, unfortunately was taken out. Junior was taken out, but you can see that one of the shots is just very quick to replace them and carry the tower all the way to 26, even as they were taken out. Now that we have about 20 seconds left, Falling Sharks might opt to go into a little bit more of a defensive stance. As you can see, they're backing up just a little bit so that they don't overextend in these last 10 seconds of the game, but they're still putting a huge, presence in mid, keeping themselves on the tower so that Minnow Cuppers doesn't get free overtime, but actually with them getting taken out a few, that's going to be 3 down for Falling Sharks. Actually, the junior, the only one left. This is going to go into overtime, so we're going to have to see if Minnow Cuppers is able to take this all the way to 26. They've got another checkpoint standing between them and that lead, but they can definitely do it. With all of these specials coming out, they just need to continue winning those fights.
Yeah, it burnt all their specials to get to that last. And here's more missiles coming out from them.
Oh, missiles. Oh, the heavy going down is going to be huge.
Oh, the junior.
Oh, the junior dropped in, took out the Zap, and that is the game. And I believe that's going to be the set too, as if I'm not mistaken. That was a best of 3. So with Falling Sharks besting Minnow Cuppers 2-0, we're going to see Falling Sharks very quickly in the grand finals, and we're going to have Minnow Cuppers go down to the 3rd place match.
Yeah, and it looks like Falling Sharks will be playing Persistence here in the finals.
It does.
They
it
also
does
won their
indeed.
set, so should be a good one.
Yes, and with that set being done, I believe we are going to take a quick break, just a couple of minutes before we come back right back at you with our grand finals. That is going to be really exciting. We've got two great teams lined up for that, so please do stick around. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. everybody, and welcome to Grand Finals of Minnow Cup Tower Control Edition. If you are just joining us, I am Cater, and I am joined here today by Ike.
Hey, everybody.
Yes, we are going to jump right into it with Falling Sharks versus Persistence. We just saw Falling Sharks. I don't know what the hell happened to my voice. We just saw Falling Sharks get a 2-0 win over Minnow Cuppers, and Persistence get a 2-0 win in their previous in their semifinal set as well. So I'm very, very excited to see what both of these teams are going to have in this coming grand final set. We've got a best of 5 coming up. We're going to begin with Inkblot Art Academy. Inkblot Tower is one of those maps, one of those funny little second checkpoint choke point map.
Yeah, Inkblot's a weird one, and it's I expect there to be a ton of KAs this match, especially with these two teams and how aggressive they play. So, should be a bit of a bloodbath.
Yeah, definitely. I am very excited to see that. We shall see what they decide to bring out. We're going to see Cobra Kai back on that remix, and then Persistence come out with, interesting. We've got a C-Jet, which that's fair, honestly, on Rainmaker. Wouldn't necessarily expect to see an Inkblot all the time, but we have that. We have a brush, that Respawn Punisher brush at that. So I'm very excited to see how that plays out, whether that does more harm than good, whether it actually keeps, whether it does some good. I'd expect that they're very confident with the brush that they're going to put Respawn Punisher on it, so I'm very excited to see that. And then, of course, we've got the armor weapons on both sides. We got the K-52, nothing out of the ordinary there. So we'll have to see, we're going to see Falling Sharks actually take this tower first, get it all the way past checkpoint 1 as well. That Booyah Bomb, that Inkjet, both going to get popped. Booyah Bomb on the side of Persistence coming out as well. Looks like that push is a little bit stalled out there as the shot does go down, the heavy does go down, so that's going to be end of that, but it is a pretty nice first push, especially getting it past the first checkpoint.
Yeah, and Falling Sharks going 2 down there, so a good chance for Persistence to get some points on the board and maybe even take the lead here. This first checkpoint, getting around the corner and then up the ramp, is huge, because if you get to that point, the next checkpoint isn't that much further along.
Definitely. And in order to get past that second checkpoint in the first place, you're gonna have to have control of that plat. It's just how it is. If you don't have control of that plat, the other team's gonna force you out. That's what defense does. And so now with Persistence taking that lead, that plat is going to be their next destination, and they've already gotten that under control with the T-Tech down as well. And the brush is gonna take out the heavy too. And of course, we got that Respawn Punisher, which is really going to hurt. You saw them get up really aggressive, unfortunately get taken down, but still we've got Persistence going. They've gotten past that second checkpoint and are very quickly heading up onto that third. Fate here trying to do their best, but they're really stuck between a lot of people, able to get onto that tower, stop it for just a split second, but they are 2 down, and this C-Jet with the beautifully placed Stingray is going to take them out. We've got Persistence still counting that down, already about halfway past the third checkpoint, but they unfortunately go down. That's a full wipe. Not before they get it all the way to 13, though. That is an amazing push.
Yeah, that's a great lead on this map and mode this early in the match. That's a really phenomenal lead. Now the big thing for Persistence is just don't get wiped and try not to give up your plat. If they can do that, they should be able to ride this one out to victory.
Definitely, but of course easier said than done, because even though that is your goal, it's not always possible. As you can see, here we go though. We've got a good defense going on. Bear Paw on that C-Jet, getting that 1 pick, and also that Stingray helping a lot. Stingray putting a lot of pressure on the enemy team's plat, even if it doesn't put down too much ink. And we've got Persistence on the tower again. I think they're hungry for the KO at this point. You can see them put that Booyah Bomb now, catch Fate off guard, put Zelly on the back foot, and that is 3 down on Falling Sharks, with the Booyah Bomb on the heavy, the only one left alive.
I love to see Persistence still pushing the tower forward, going for a KO. They're not going to settle for a victory just by waiting it out and playing defensive. They're like, nope, we're coming, we're going to take this match and leave.
And they are taking, that's a full wipe on Falling Sharks.
That might
with
be
the
game.
2 left. That could be it with that 3-2-1. That right there is the KO for Persistence. Like that is very, very good of them. Like you said, just going back, not giving up, pushing it for the KO. That's pretty persistent of them, wouldn't you say? But but there you go. So that is going to be our first match. But this is a best of 5. So Falling Sharks does have a little bit of time. They can definitely take this. I mean, they have both of these teams are going to have great momentum coming in from their previous semifinal sets. So hopefully Falling Sharks can pick themselves back up as we move on to Mega Mart Tower Control.
Yeah, the nice thing about a best of 5 is you don't feel as much pressure if you lose the first game. If you lose the second, then definitely. But if you lose the first game, it's okay, let's regroup, let's figure out a strategy moving on to the next match, and then, make some adjustments and test it out and see how it goes.
Definitely, you get a little bit more of you get a little bit more time to feel the other team out. That you can counterpick a little bit, you can get a sense for their play style. And with best of 3s, you're just kind of thrown in, it's like, oh, you lose the first game. Oh, now you have one more game to make it work. But thankfully, that is not necessarily the case here. So I do hope that Falling Sharks can maybe, tank a little bit more, because Systems was very aggressive that match. They were just constantly, they knew when to go in, when to back up, and so I hope Falling Sharks can realize what areas they need to keep control of, and then take control of those areas.
Yeah, and that was actually kind of a surprise for me. I expected Falling Sharks to be the ones putting on a little bit more of the aggression with the double shot comp they were running. So
Indeed.
Curious to see if they make an adjustment, maybe bring out a K52 and take their Splatling and put them back on the hero. I don't know. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I don't think Cobra Kai's been staying on that heavy, and they've been doing. They did very well with it the last round. So we'll have to see how that plays out for them this round, or if they even decide to switch it up at all. It was their choice,
Yeah, and I know from playing Persistence in the past, Bearpaw pretty much just runs the 2 jets, I believe. So probably going to keep Stingray here, but we might see them bring out the V-Jet version for Macro Mart.
That's true. On maps where missiles are helpful, you can definitely see that come out. V-Jet's not bad at all, especially with that miss, which I talked about. We're going to see a switch to Neo Splash, I believe, and Persistence is going to keep their comp the same, so we've got almost the same thing except Zelly going to be on that... Neo Splash, so we're gonna get a lot of control, and oh my goodness, already a pick on that K52. Very nice job. But we're gonna get more area control. We're gonna get a lot of area control actually with that suction bomb, so hopefully they can make that work. With that, Falling Sharks is gonna be the first to take tower, getting it all the way to that first checkpoint, but Persistence of course gonna stop them right there. Although we don't really have too many picks going down, it feels like both teams are just kind of trying to get turf control, although we did see the heavy go down just there.
Yeah, and I'm very curious. I would love to know why the brush is running Respawn Punisher again. If it works, it works, but I would love to know what is going through their mind when they're picking their gear set.
Maybe it's just good gear, maybe they're just very confident. We saw some crucial picks there, and just a couple of seconds that Respawn Punisher applies can make a huge difference, but of course that also applies to them. If they die in an inopportune spot and take just a little bit too long to respawn, that can hurt them a lot. So we'll just have to see. It is kind of a decision-making process, when you put something an ability like Respawn Punisher on your gear, and we just saw Falling Sharks unfortunately go 3 down right now, so Persistence is going to take this tower back. Looks like they're likely going to be shooting to get past this first checkpoint here. As you can see, the Booyah Bomb as well as the Stingray combination come out and take down 2 of Falling Sharks yet again. That Junior has the armor, but and we have a little bit of a shark from one of the members of Persistence. That brush there as well. Gonna get 1 pick. The missiles there, narrowly avoiding that splat bomb, looking for the second pick, and here is where the Respawn Punisher comes in handy. Gets a 3rd pick. Oh my goodness, they are on a run. You can see them gunning for the Neo Splash. That pick as well, and yeah, we're already at 13 and counting. There's 2 members on the tower right now. That shot's gonna dive, gonna try and stop it, gonna get the picks with that Stingray, and the tower momentum gonna take it to a KO yet again.
Persistence did a really good job of stacking specials there to get through that second checkpoint, because that's the one that's really tough, right? You get attacked from all these different angles, but they did so good with the Stingray and the Booyah, and then having the brush push up on the right. They pretty much coasted through that second checkpoint, which is kind of rare on this map.
Yeah, there was, I would say there was little to no resistance, but there was definitely resistance from Falling Sharks. Persistence just made it look like there wasn't, because like you said, all of the specials force them to either scatter or take a lot of damage from that, and when you only have 100 health, there's only so much damage you can take.
Yeah, and with Mako too, there's only so much spaces you can fill, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
you saw they were all stuck in that corner back by the pillow or right below their snipe, and you can only move so far. I mean, it's not like this next map, Manta Maria, should be a little bit easier for them to move around. But I expect to see Persistence keep the Stingray in this one.
Yeah, though when you think about it, Monta can also have a lot of very restrictive passageways. You have the alleyways as well as little platforms. So you have places to jump off of, sure, but it can be kind of restrictive when especially if you compare it to big open maps like say Wahoo or the Reef. So, like you said, keeping that Stingray is going to be huge, especially with that second checkpoint. You know how it's very, very tight if you decide to drop down into that alley. So movement options can be very limited there. They'll just have to watch their feet.
I'm curious, what do you think Falling Sharks can do adjustment-wise to kind of turn the tides on this next match and kind of get things rolling in their favor?
Persistence plays really quickly. You know, you've seen a lot of aggression from them. We've seen a lot of throwing specials and working around that. So I want to see Falling Sharks kind of maybe honestly try and bait those specials out a little bit and then take Persistence by storm when they're at, you know, a special less part, or take advantage of the times when Persistence is 1-2 down, because that does give them a huge person advantage. And so trying to, you know, force those 2v1s, take that by storm, take the teamwork and push that to another level. I really want to see that, because we definitely saw that. I mean, against Minnow Cuppers, they did have the same kind of energy and aggression that we're seeing from Persistence today, and it's really hard, of course, being 2 down in a best of 5 when this next game could decide the tournament. So I just hope that they can pick themselves up and make those adjustments.
Yeah, I think I would like to see them go with maybe a little bit of a longer range comp, maybe take the splash or the shot and move towards something that has a little more mid-range. I feel like because Persistence is doing so well in the fighting, they might need something to outrange them a little.
True. We're gonna see. Oh, I like the switch to the machine a lot, actually. I mean, I used to play machine, and it can do really well here because machine, not only does machine take high, like if you take over ledges or high ground like other sloggers, it does really well at low and even ground as well, especially with those indirects being so forgiving. So I really hope that that switch does good things for them.
The other great thing too is once they get to that past that first checkpoint and they're in the street, throwing those fizzies over top are
yes, the
such
fizzy.
the other team to deal with.
The fizzies can definitely be huge. We're seeing Falling Sharks again take first pick of the objective, but unfortunately they do go 2 down. They do manage to take out the K-Gal though, so we're seeing again those 2v1s that I talked about wanting to see. Glad that we can see that. Fate here on the junior has the armor at the ready, gonna pop that, but I don't know if it applied to their teammates because they died. And now we've got Persistence there past checkpoint 1 with the Stinger. You can see them targeting that machine, and unfortunately the machine falls victim to that as well. We've got multiple members now of Falling Sharks though trying to attack the tower, and you saw them take out that Zap too, so that was very nice, very quick acting of them before Persistence could get all the way past that next checkpoint.
Not a huge lead here, but enough points to where Falling Sharks is going to feel a little bit of the pressure considering they're already down 0-2. So they're really going to have to focus on regaining map control, stacking specials, and pushing together after getting some picks to really start to take this game and turn it in their favor.
Definitely, and we need to see them win those fights. We need to see them take advantage of those, those team fights. But unfortunately, with the shot going down, that's going to be a lot harder. And this Booyah Bomb and the Ray coming out as well. Here are the special stack for Persistence that we're talking about. We've got a Booyah Bomb coming back though, but this K machine going to get caught in the way of a Ray again. We've got 1 down on both teams now. Oh, nice pick from the K machine. Going to get taken out themselves before they can finish splashdowning though, and that's going to be a 3 down suddenly for Falling Sharks. That's going to be a delayed wipe. That is unfortunate. And Persistence, we already know that they're going to take this opportunity they're going to take it as much as they can. We've got Stormy here already on the Booyah Bomb, going to come up to this left side, be very, very aggressive on this KGL. RNG in their favor, get a double. And that's 3 down again for Falling Sharks. Very quickly, they're going to get past this second checkpoint here and take it. We've got Bear Paw popping that Stingray already. I mean, this is just textbook coordination out of Persistence right here. They're all popping their specials. They're controlling the areas that they need to. You saw that Stormy toss that high up so that people couldn't go up on the grate above them. And now Stormy's going to try and take these ledges, prevent Flatling from doing anything.
Yeah, and they did such a good job. Like their special coordinate. Oh, that's it. This game. They went down with tower drift.
That ended the same way as the Mako game, didn't it?
Yeah, Persistence, great job at stacking specials there. They didn't burn them all at once. They kind of let them come in one at a time, which left them to keep progressing the tower and keep getting points. So great job by them. Unfortunately, that's it. That's 3-0.
Yeah, that was indeed our grand finals. Like the screen says, congratulations to Persistence for taking first place and for Falling Sharks for putting up a great fight, as well as that amazing semifinal set we saw from them. But yeah, I mean, that was just showing exactly what Persistence can do when they really put their minds to it. Looks like the third place match is not over yet. We are still 1-1 in that one, so we'll have to see how that one turns out. But as we wrap up this tournament, thank you everyone for coming out and watching this. Thank you, Ike, for commentating with me, and thank you to Jub, our wonderful streamer. Ike, where can the wonderful people in the audience find you on the internet?
Twitter at Ike and Ike, and same on Twitch. And yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, you can find me at Cater_ on Twitter, where I talk about a lot of things, like I post art and I talk about stuff I commentate. So yes, again, a huge thank you to everyone that played in this tournament, all of the staff members in the background that keep this tournament running. You know, we could not do this. We could not do this without you guys. So yeah, thank you all for coming out. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. And we might be rating IPL, so, you know, stick around for that. We are indeed rating IPL. Stick around for that. Go back to High Ink too.